Chapter 504. People. What they lacked now was people. But it would really be like what Zhang Feng said. He was able to argue with old Master Wei Zheng and the others in court, and he was able to fight with Master Qing Yaojin in martial arts. Could Zhang Feng do it? They were not sure. But they saw that Zhang Feng seemed to be serious this time. They couldn't help but look forward to it. Not to mention others, if the few of them could really do this, then wouldn't they really be able to surpass their father? Not to mention surpassing him. For example, if Qing Chumo could really reach the level of his father, the god of war, wouldn't it mean that even if his father retired, the Qing family could still continue to have a place in the Tang dynasty because of him? This was a question that every duke was seriously thinking about at this time. Especially Qing Chumo. This was not the first time he had heard his father speak of this. His father was not stupid. But in front of the emperor, he had to pretend to be stupid. What was this? This was a law that allowed one to continue to survive in the imperial court. If Qing Yaojin was that kind of muddle-headed and stupid, how could he become the god of war? Wouldn't that be a joke? And Qing Yaojin had always told him and his elder brother, Qing Chuzhou, about this. A family could not have two generals. It was not that Qing Yaojin didn't know that Qing Chumo's talent in military affairs was no less than his own. But in order to let the Qing family survive in the court safely, he had to do this. Especially Wei Shuyu. Although he could achieve good results in the army at a young age. But no matter how poor Wei Jing was, he strictly forbade Wei Shuyu from joining the army and becoming an official in the court. It was not that he was incapable, but he didn't want to squeeze into the whirlpool and end up with a broken family. They were all stubborn. But that was all on the surface. They were all trying their best to use this method to make themselves forget their mission and numb the eyes in the imperial court. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at the throne behind each of the dukes. There were always people who wanted to push them down and replace them. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Zhang Feng's words, the group of youths couldn't help but tremble again. Xingshan is a good place. Away from the disputes of the imperial court. Zhang Feng even used this kind of mixed method to let them grow up in a short period of time. What is this? Once 3 years passed, even if they did not enter the imperial court as officials, they would learn even more in the future. When Li Qingxian ascended the throne, would they not enter the imperial court as officials? Unless that bastardly Qingxian's head was clamped by a door. Moreover, it was obvious that the emperor had acquiesced in this matter. Otherwise, to build an academy at the foot of the emperor? Aren't you overthinking things? Upon having this thought, the burning desire in the eyes of Qing Chumo and the others grew even stronger. Madman, you're just messing with people. This is easy. Think about it, although most of our friends are stubborn, their stubbornness is also divided into different grades. Among them, there are many people who are basically in the same situation as us. They are basically the second or third child in the family and belong to the kind of people who are not loved at all. They are the same as us and are thoroughly disappointed in our families. Everyone has a dream, everyone has a longing to bring glory to the family in the future, but the result is often cruel. Our parents only want to live desperately, but never think about what we want. What do we want to do in the future? Our only fate is to eat and wait for death, to become trading objects, to become tools for marriage, or to be abandoned when we can. Although Qing Chumo was smiling at this moment, 2 streaks of tears had already streaked across his cheeks. At this moment, Dugo, Zhang Sunchong, and Wei Shuyu were also silent, their eyes filled with thick tears. Were their fates not the same? Because their fates were determined at birth, when they were young, they still had dreams and fantasies. Although at that time their mother sternly scolded them not to speak nonsense, they didn't understand. They wanted to learn from their father and surpass their father. But when they grew up and the smile on their father's face became fewer and fewer, they gradually understood their own fates. Therefore, they no longer had any fantasies. Iron Bull is right. Although we are stubborn, what else can we do other than eat and wait for death? No matter how much trouble we cause outside, the next day, we will be beaten half to death by our father and nothing will happen to us. Feng Zi, do you know? This feeling is so unbearable. Feng Zi, you were once a child of a big family. Perhaps you can understand? Although Zhang Feng was not a child of a big family, he did know that in this dynasty where the feudal system was the strongest, such things were the most common. Many problems could be seen from Zhang Sun Chong and Qing Chimo's marriage to the imperial princess. However, in the end, these people were all miserable. Why did they not marry the princess to Qing Chimo? Why did they choose to marry Qing Chimo instead? In addition, why was Zhang Sun Chong able to marry Princess Chang'an? This was all because Emperor Taizong wanted to balance the power in the court. As for the great clans and corporations of the later generations, weren't they also like this, using their children to form marriage alliances? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Motherf *Ker, did this custom start in the Tang dynasty? Chapter 505. This was 2F** King Scary. Zhang Feng looked at these guys who were usually not afraid of anything but were now crying. He sighed and said, all right. How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed crying? Don't you feel ashamed? Fate is in your own hands. Although you can't decide your birth, isn't it up to you to decide how you want to walk your future path? So, as long as you want to learn, I will teach you everything I know. But you, Iron Bull, have been talking for so long. Aren't you just trying to get your friends to come over? All right, I agree. But you have to promise me one thing. If these people really want to climb up, although I can't teach them like how I teach you, I will still teach them what I know. As for how much they can learn, that will depend on themselves. However, if they dare to cause trouble in the academy, then don't blame me for what happens. How could he not see that Chintinu wanted to get his good friends to come over? However, this was not a good way for the college's development. Once their families found out that they were studying business here, and that it was a college that was stubbornly gathered together, they would feel that it was nonsense. Iron Bull, Chongzi, although this method is good, it is not a long-term solution. So, we should do as little as possible. After all, this is what we are doing now. People who don't know what we are doing will think that we are doing something bad. Moreover, the Imperial College is also watching from the side. If DSLR makes a mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable. I know. Don't worry about me, Iron Bull. Seeing that Zhang Feng did not refuse, Qing Chimo patted his chest loudly. Now that he had encountered something good, how could he forget about his good friends? However, since Feng Zi did not directly refuse to help, what if this group of bastards dared to cause trouble here? They would not dare even if you gave them 8 times the courage. Even the Crown Prince was learning from them. Who do you think you are? You still dare to put on airs? You really don't want to live anymore. Seeing that Qing Chimo's method was accepted, Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others couldn't help but start to think. Feng Zi, I have an idea. This matter is simple. You just need to write some notices and post them. Wouldn't that be enough? Zhang Sun said. Du Go also frowned and said, no, this is the academy. How can we use such an ordinary method? Moreover, have you ever seen any commoner who is literate? Therefore, this method won't work. Have you forgotten how Feng Zi fiddled with the bone-strengthening powder and the locust egg? As long as we spend a little money and find hundreds of people to walk around Chang'an City and outside Chang'an City, we will see the effect, won't we? We have to use different methods. What we're doing is something no one has ever done before. Naturally, when we recruit people, we have to highlight our characteristics. Only then will it suit us. As for after they come in, that will be easy. With the Crown Prince and the others around, how could this group of people dare to cause trouble? You're probably tired of living. However, Zhang Feng still wasn't satisfied after thinking about it. Although both methods could be used, they didn't clearly highlight the academy's awesomeness. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel that the recruitment this time wasn't as simple and easy as he had imagined. Feng Zi, tell me. I feel that Dabing and Chong's method is feasible. Moreover, ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of such a method. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. It won't work. Think about it. If you can think of 2 methods that can highlight the awesomeness of our White Deer College, that will be enough. However, these 2 methods are really lacking. In fact, they're a little damaging. Therefore, think about it again. This method is really lacking. Hearing that, they couldn't help but frown. Still not satisfied? They couldn't help but frown and pull at their hair as they continued to think of other methods. Feng Zi, how about this? Don't you want to highlight the uniqueness of our academy? Why don't we put up a poster of our academy's uniqueness, or call out all the brothers I know and invite them from door to door on the streets? Will that work? Good, this is a good idea. Think about it. What are we? If we can come here, why can't they come? That's right, Feng Zi. This is a good idea. When the time comes, I'll bring those people from the streets to stand at the entrance of Yan Lai restaurant. Perhaps within a few days, everyone will be able to witness our awesomeness. Alright. What kind of lousy idea are you guys coming up with? We're recruiting students, not recruiting soldiers. If we follow your method, don't talk about recruiting, we'll be lucky if we don't scare people to death. Zhang Feng was speechless. What kind of ideas were they coming up with? Each of them was worse than the other. If that was the case, they might as well go to Chang'an city to recruit able-bodied men. However, what was the use of that? He wanted people who were willing. Moreover, they were people who truly wanted to come here to learn. At this time, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of something. If there was an imperial edict or a document from the higher-ups, then everything would be easy to handle. Motherf *Ker. This was the Tang dynasty. Did they need to go through the back door? F*** Zhang Feng's head was throbbing with pain. At this time, Chingchumo and the other 3 were huddled together as they muttered something. Look, the ideas we've come up with now are all unreliable. This won't do. De Sha, De Bing, and Chong Zi, the 3 of you are the only ones with some brains other than Brother Gon. This won't do. Each of you think of an idea. After we've thought of it, we'll tell Feng Zi. Chapter 506. Wei Shuyu couldn't take it anymore. She stared at Chingchumo and said, So you want to slack off? This is something that concerns both of us. Think about it, this is something that concerns both of us. When the time comes to recruit people, won't we be the ones doing it? After we recruit people, won't they listen to us in the college? So, no one is allowed to slack off. Whoever dares to slack off, be careful of Lao Tzu. F***, you think you're the only one who can fight? Just think. I'll say one first. Chingchumo was furious. But after holding back for a long time, he didn't say anything. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. No, F***, this is really a little tricky. Chingchumo slapped his forehead as if he had thought of something. He said excitedly, I've got it. Why don't we ask the people from Imperial College for help? F***, you're really stupid. We're opening a college and recruiting students. We're competing with the Imperial College for business. It's good enough that the people from Imperial College don't come looking for trouble. You F*** King want to ask them for help? Are you courting death? Then what do you think we should do? Chingchumo spread his hands and gave up. He said he didn't want to. This made him think. He had thought of everything that could be thought of. Was this wrong? Du Go and Wei Shuyu couldn't help but look at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun frowned and looked at Chingchumo. Then he looked at Zhang Feng, who lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. He said, Actually, I've thought of a way. This way is definitely better than Tai Nyo's. But there's one thing. Don't talk about it. Let's think about it first, okay? If you have something to say, just say it. What are you waiting for? The 2 heard this and their faces lit up. Even Zhang Feng couldn't help but listen attentively. Zhang Sun Chong then said, In fact, we all forgot one thing, and that is our father's power. As long as we can say, "Can you be a little more ambitious? We're just causing trouble for ourselves." Brother, if you have to rely on your father for this matter, then how can you make your father look at you in a different light? It's not as good as Iron Bull's idea. Do go, interrupted Jiang Xuan's charge like a poisonous snake. He rolled his eyes and cursed. Ching Chimo could not help but straighten his back as if he was showing off. And Jiang Sun couldn't stand it anymore. He was so anxious that his neck turned red. Motherf asterisk Ker, Lao Tzu knew that you would definitely jump up. Can't you let me finish first? Okay. Tell me. What I mean is, we don't need to use our father's power. We only need to go to our father. If you're scared, I'll go to my father's subordinates. As long as they take action, they can probably deal with this matter. Doesn't this mean that we won't have to rely on our father? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. This idea could work. Putting aside whether or not this method would work, at the very least, they could follow Old Sun's lead and find Lord Zhang Sun or their connections in the government. However, Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. He rejected it again. He did not reject it. It was because before Zhang Sun could finish, Dugo scolded him. If King thought that you had come up with some awesome idea, but in the end, you still want to rely on your father, don't you? What's the difference between this and looking for your father? Change it. Idiot Wei, come here. You've been stifling your laughter the whole night. Looks like you've really thought of something. Dugo pointed at Wei Shuyu, who was laughing secretly. Wei Shuyu's smile instantly disappeared from his face. Ahem, let me say something. If you dare to scold me, can you do it? When you go to Lao Li's place, Lao Tzu will make you suffer. Dugo's face froze. But he did not say anything. He really took this matter as his own business and made a fool of himself. Wei Shuyu's father was the emperor's favorite person. Even a fool could tell that the emperor wanted to cultivate Wei Shuyu, this big idiot. As for Ching Chimo and Zhang Sun, although they were both second-generation rich, one of them had extensive connections in the military and the other was the emperor's nephew. He was the only one who was in the most awkward position. That was why he had always been focused on his work. After he received Zhang Feng's division and multiplication tables, he did not even sleep much. He studied them with all his might. On one hand, it was because he liked them. On the other hand, it was because his father had been strict with him since he was young. That was why he had such a temperament. He also knew that no one in this group really liked him. They all found him annoying. But so what? Everything changed when he met Zhang Feng. And today, when he heard Zhang Feng's inner thoughts, his whole body trembled. Because he suddenly realized that he and Zhang Feng were the same kind of people. That was why he was particularly concerned about this matter. When he saw the attitude of the three people, he could not help but go crazy. If you have something to say, just say it. Dugo's face darkened. Wei Shuyu touched his nose and said, "We're actually thinking too far ahead. We don't really see the problem. The problem now is not whether we can recruit people or not. The system of the new school is different from the current school system. Now, the goal of any school is to study. Who doesn't have such an attitude when they come to school?" Zhang Feng heard this and could not help but nod. Seeing Wei Shuyu, this guy mysteriously stopped, Zhang Feng could not help but urge, "Continue." Ahem. Then I'll say it. Fengzi, your idea is very good, but you have forgotten one thing. Nowadays, no one can accept this. In their hearts, scholars should hold books every day and talk about it. Who would have thought that in your academy, this thing has become secondary? Chapter 507. In this way, think about it. Will anyone still come? No. Even if all the students want to come, even if you let them come for free, they won't be satisfied. They will think that you're harming their son. You're delaying their son's chance to be the top scorer. Zhang Feng couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at him. This big idiot Wei looked like a fool. However, this sentence really revealed his true thoughts. Motherf **Ker, there really is such a problem. The teaching ideas now all came from the future. In his view, these things were very normal. This was from his point of view. But what if it was from the point of view of the Tang people? What was this? This was an anomaly. An anomaly. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Du Go. Big Biscuit, tell me your thoughts. At this moment, Zhang Feng's last hope was on Du Go. This kid was usually mysterious and had the potential to become Tang Sanzang. In this matter, Zhang Feng could see that this kid was really interested. Not only him. At this moment, these 5 people basically all had a strong interest in this matter. However, Zhang Feng really didn't have that intention from what the first 5 people had said. Now it was up to Big Biscuit. Big Biscuit, this big idiot is right. The root of the problem is that our current situation is somewhat difficult to understand. Can you think of a way to make these people accept this thing? After all, you know that my set of methods is to coexist theory and knowledge. In this way, we can avoid becoming the kind of people who only read books. This kind of talent will be the mainstream talent in the future. So you see, hearing this, Du Go couldn't help but get up and move his sore legs. He took the jar of wine that was almost empty from Ching Chimo's hand, raised his head and poured it down. A moment later, Du Go's face and neck were red. He burped and said, "Fengzi, do you trust me? If you trust me, I'll tell you the truth. This matter is very difficult. I neglected it before, but now that this kid mentioned it, I remembered. Now, this problem is easy to solve, but it's also very difficult to solve." Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this. Ching Chimo and the other 2 looked at Du Go in surprise. Du Go was silent for a few moments before saying, "If we can get an imperial edict to explain the foundation of our academy and how it is different from other academies, then maybe this matter will be resolved." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but cower. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Do you think the imperial edict is a cabbage? Do you think I'll be able to invite him just because I said so? Moreover, why would the emperor give you an imperial edict for something like this? Or is it a special imperial edict for us?" Although Zhang Feng was complaining, Ching Chimo and the others' eyes lit up. They could understand the meaning of Du Go's words. The problem now was that the people could not accept this matter. However, if there was an imperial edict, then it would be a different story. This imperial edict was really simple for them. After all, the land for this academy was bought by the emperor. That was to say, the emperor approved of this matter. If this matter was blocked, then what would the emperor do? As long as the matter was explained clearly, wasn't it just an imperial edict? The emperor could give 10 imperial edicts. However, Zhang Feng did not know this. Therefore, this was the real meaning of Du Go's words: "It's easy to say, but it's also difficult to say." Do you think it's difficult? Difficult. Do you think it's not difficult? It's really not difficult. However, at this time, Zhang Feng was so worried that he pulled his hair. Forget it, forget it. Let's leave it at that. I'll think about it. You all think about it. After all, we still don't know when this academy will be built. There's still time. Zhang Feng suspected that they might be too anxious now, so they fell into the wrong thinking. These men thought about it for 2 hours and still could not think of a problem. They must have walked into a blind spot in their thinking. Now, Zhang Feng was really annoyed. He waved his hand and said, "It's getting late. You all go back. Let's think about it carefully. We'll continue tomorrow afternoon." Then. Okay. Du Go wanted to say something but stopped. However, when they walked out of the tavern, at the door, Du Go said, "Feng Zi, I think this is the only way for this matter. Maybe there are other ways. However, as long as we can solve the acceptance of the new things in our academy, this matter will be easy to handle." After that, Du Go and the others cupped their fists to Zhang Feng and slowly disappeared from Zhang Feng's sight. After they walked away, Zhang Feng could not help but let out a deep sigh. Ah. F***ck, what the hell is this? Originally, he thought that after coming up with this set of things, something would happen. He only thought of the benefits and did not think of the disadvantages. Was it because everything went too smoothly when he was doing it before? Or was this matter really too difficult? Zhang Feng thought about it carefully. It was both. Most importantly, it was as Idiot Wei said. People in this era could not accept such an education model. In their hearts, students should hold books all day long, wear a Confucian robe, and be arrogant in Chang'an city. The key was, what was the use of such a student? He only knew how to talk. What did they want him to do? Zhang Feng wasn't doubting the inheritance of the Confucian path. Instead, he was doubting whether this group of people had really distorted Confucius's teachings. They only knew about knowledge. However, they did not know that all of this originated from life. You only thought of thatched cottages and green lamps from Confucius books. But if you have the ability, you can F***king open your mouth and open your hands. Let's see, once you leave the academy, you will starve to death. That was it. It also made all the people envious. Such a lazy guy, even if he succeeded in his studies in the future, he would be F***king lazy. Was such a person useful? It was completely useless. Chapter 508. Ever since Li Qingxian left the tavern, he had been pondering over what Zhang Feng said. He was good at both civil and military affairs. That was what Zhang Feng said. But now, his father and the other dukes were shining too brightly, so much so that he was basically a dispensable existence in the imperial court. He wanted to surpass his father, but it was too difficult. But he saw hope when Zhang Feng appeared. His father would eventually grow old and retire. At that time, the Great Tang would still be his, but would the old officials in the court submit to him? No. But now, it was different. The appearance of the academy gave him hope. Perhaps his father didn't want to see what would happen after he ascended the throne, so he acquiesced to him learning from Zhang Feng. At this time, not to mention whether he could go to the battlefield and kill the enemy like Zhang Feng said, at least he could suppress those old generals in the imperial court in terms of military affairs. Or he could have a common opinion with them. That would be enough. He didn't ask for much. So, when he was in the tavern, he immediately took over the matter of building the academy. In the East Palace. In Li Qingxian's bedroom. As soon as Li Qingxian came back, he didn't even go to Taiji Palace. He directly called his personal eunuch. Send someone to find all the construction craftsmen in Chang'an city. Remember, don't use the identity of the crown prince. I'll wait for them in the private room of Penglai Pavilion in Chang'an city at 5:00. The eunuch was stunned when he heard that. Your Highness, if you want to hire craftsmen, just inform the Ministry of Works. If you really can't do it, the craftsmen who build the retired emperor's manor are all imperial craftsmen. Why do you want to find those peasants? If they know your identity, it will damage the dignity of the royal family. Li Qingxian waved his hand. Do as I tell you. This has nothing to do with the palace. It's my private matter. Remember, don't disturb my father and mother. The eunuch was even more confused when he heard that. Could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince had found an extraordinary woman outside? A look of understanding flashed across his eyes. The Crown Prince had not been in the palace during this period. Most of the time, he was nowhere to be found. Could it be? Li Qingxian didn't explain. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Li Qingxian wasn't idle either. After the young eunuch hurriedly sent someone out, he hurriedly left the palace again without even drinking water. However, this time, he brought 3 of the crown prince's guards with him. They were all disguised as commoners and hurried to the reclining lane. In the reclining lane. Among Li Qingxian's guards, there was an old soldier around 50 years old. Li Qingxian had once found him by chance in the Navy training camp near Reclining Square. The reason why he came here was because the veteran had once said that this place was a mix of crooks and honest folk. Basically, all of them were retired old and weak soldiers. In order to survive, they did the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. Sometimes, they would even become armed escorts to earn money to support their families. When the four of them arrived at the reclining lane, the sky was almost dark. Li Qingxian's guard commander was called Lu Yan. He was once a fierce person who walked out of the reclining lane. At this moment, when he arrived at the entrance of the reclining lane, he met those disabled veterans who were cooling off by the roadside. Yo! Isn't this Lu Yan? Why did you come back? Were you chased out by the crown prince? Ha ha ha, old Lu, you haven't come back for half a year. How is it? Is the crown prince's residence comfortable? I heard that the palace maids there are all fresh and beautiful. You old brat, don't tell me. Lu Yan's eyes were green. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. What are you all shouting about? Shut up, all of you. These damned people. Didn't the crown prince see his mother? *CK your grandmother. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't expose your identity. Li Qingxian smiled faintly and waved his folding fan, saying faintly in Lu Yan's ear. Lu Yan's body couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to turn back, let alone kneel down and salute. He could only brace himself and wave his hand. What the hell are you all doing? I came here today to find a way to get rich. I pitied you bunch of bastards, but looking at you now. Forget it, go and beg. Lao Tzu went to find blind Shen. Brother, don't. Please don't do this. When everyone heard this, they instantly became anxious. What was this? The god of fortune was here. Hurriedly, everyone crowded around the three of them and sat on the stools by the roadside. They fanned themselves and massaged Lu Yan's legs. Although Lu Yan didn't mention Li Qingxian's identity, and Li Qingxian was dressed ordinarily, everyone only treated him as someone who worked for the crown prince. The few of them looked at each other and chatted with LV Yan, talking about camaraderie and whatnot. Lu Yan was afraid that they would annoy the crown prince, so he waved his hand and said, "Since I'm here today, I'll be frank. I'm here to find a mason. Recently, I heard that a young master bought a plot of land near Chang'an mountain, about 50,000 mu. He's going to build it now. As for the salary, I, old Lu, will not mistreat you. However, the craftsmanship must be done according to the construction of the Imperial Forest Park." Everyone heard this. Their eyes widened. However, everyone's expression was somewhat awkward. Well, old Lu, it's not that we don't agree, but you know this cripple Wang, right? He took a big job, which is the small tavern in Huitong Fong. He's making bamboo bottles for the shopkeeper, so he's not free. Chapter 509. Seeing that they were in a difficult position, Lu Yan could not help but stare. *CK your uncle. It's rare for the crown prince to think of you bastards, but you still don't know what's good for you. Lu Yan could not help but get angry. But when he thought of Tong Hui Fong, Lu Yan hurriedly asked, "Which tavern are you talking about? Is the owner called Zhang Feng?" "Yes. That's the one. I didn't expect you to have heard of it." Lu Yan secretly glanced at Li Qingxian. Seeing that Li Qingxian's eyes were twinkling with a smile, he secretly sighed in relief. How could he not know that kid? He was the crown prince's brother. As the crown prince's personal guard, how could he not know this? At this moment, Li Qingxian could not help but feel something. He did not expect Zhang Feng to be so famous. He had not even mentioned the salary and this person had directly rejected it. Li Qingxian could not help but ask curiously, "Brothers, how much is the owner paying you? Why are you working so hard for him? You must know that although this 50,000 mu of land only has a maximum of 2 months in the beginning, it can last for at least a few years in the later stages. How much can you earn from this? At the very least, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, but it won't be a problem for you to live carefreely for 3 to 5 years." Little brother, if you say that, then you are looking down on us veterans. When Li Qingxian finished speaking, the veterans were instantly unwilling. He wiped his exposed chest and said, I see that you are also one of the crown prince's men. How can your eyesight be so bad? Are we the kind of people who are greedy for money? Although that little shopkeeper's salary isn't very high, at least we can enjoy things from him that we can't even enjoy in the government. Every time we deliver something, the owner will definitely treat us bumpkins to a big meal in his tavern. Although it costs money, what is this? This shows that this kid does not treat us as bumpkins. Go and look at other taverns. What the hell do they treat us as? Why are you squatting outside the door when we're having a meal? What are you guarding against? Therefore, we can't forget our roots. If the shopkeeper treats us well, we have to treat him well. As long as the shopkeeper doesn't say that he doesn't want us to do things, we won't dare to do things for a second employer. This is a matter of principle. You don't understand, but I remember that this was what the current emperor, who used to be the king of Qin, said in the army. This is the imperial edict. Understood. Li Qingxian smiled. He stood up and bowed slightly to the veterans, then walked away. He knew Zhang Feng's character, and he also knew the character of this group of veterans. Since they had chosen Zhang Feng, it would be useless even if he revealed his identity now. This was a bad habit that soldiers developed. Stubborn as hell. LV Yen did not say anything. He looked at Li Qingxian. Look at another kind of old fellow. He sighed and said, do your best. That kid is not bad. We might have to work together in the future. The soldiers were dumbfounded. What did that mean? As soon as Li Qingxian left the reclining house, he asked, LV Yen, are there any good craftsmen in Chang'an city? Well. Grand. Young master, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask around. LV Yen hurried into the reclining house to ask around as he spoke. After a while, he said, yes, there is a family of masons in the west of the city. There are more than 30 people in the family, and they are all masons. They are quite famous in the west of Chang'an and in the towns around Chang'an. I heard that this skill has been passed down for several generations. Then let's go to the west of the city. Although Li Qingxian did not find any masons in the reclining house, his heart was burning even more at this time. This was the charm of Zhang Feng. How could he learn this charm and cohesiveness? He could not think of anything. But seeing this scene today, Li Qingxian could not help but look forward to the day when the new college was built. White Deer College. In the future, the whole Tang dynasty and even the whole world would remember this college. Thinking of what he was doing at this time, Li Qingxian could not help but quicken his pace. The west of the city was not far from the reclining house. It was about 3 blocks away. But at this time, when Li Qingxian and the other two arrived at the gate of a house that was neither big nor small, they happened to meet this family who had just returned from work. That was the way it was for farmers. They went out at dawn and got off work when it was dark. Seeing Li Qingxian and the other two, a dark-skinned bald old man who was the leader cupped his fists and said, young master, who are you looking for? Sir, we have some work to do. We want to find the owner of this house. LV Yen cupped his fists and stepped forward. Hearing this, the old man could not help but look at Li Qingxian and said, in that case, please come in. Let's talk inside. They entered the house. Although the sky was a little dark, but the scene in the yard still made Li Qingxian frown slightly. The yard was very big, but most of it was filled with tools for ramming walls and chiseling stones. There was even a pile of mud mixed with dry straw that was 10 feet high and was fermenting. Sitting in the yard was not allowed. But although the furnishings in the house were simple, there were still things that should be there. After the host and guests sat down, the old man cupped his fists and said, I am Fuxing Gongshu. Young master, you can call me old man Gongshu. Gongshu? This name. Chapter 5:10. Li Qingxian faintly felt that this name was somewhat extraordinary. But he couldn't tell what was extraordinary about it. At this time, he could only salute and say, "Sir, I came here this time to build a piece of land." "Oh? Do you want to build a new one or renovate it? Is there any time requirement?" hubby asked. "In terms of time, it will take 2 months to build a college and 3 factories on the east side of Chang'an Mountain." Chang'an Mountain? Hubby's eyelids twitched when he heard this. "How big is the area?" 50,000 mu. "What? 50,000? Hubby was instantly shocked. Under the candlelight, his dark and shiny bald head made Li Qingxian a little scared. Lu Yan and another guard stood up subconsciously and blocked in front of Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian waved his hand, indicating that it was okay, and then said, "Sir, what do you think of this matter? As for the salary, you don't have to worry about it. According to the normal price, or a little higher is not a problem. But the quality of the construction and the construction period must be excellent. 2 months, Chang'an Mountain. Are you talking about Shao Mountain?" Hubby seemed to know where. Li Qingxian nodded. But the next moment, hubby shook his head and said, "You know, the locusts have been making a lot of trouble recently. In addition, there was a rainstorm a while ago. Recently, we took a job in Ox Village outside Chang'an City. So if you are not in a hurry, you can wait for half a month. What do you think?" "Half a month?" This old guy seemed to not want to take it. Li Qingxian frowned. But he didn't say anything. He just saluted and said, "We are also in a hurry to get this place. Since you don't have time, we will find someone else." While speaking, Li Qingxian left. But when Lu Yan left, he glanced at the portrait above the living room and then hurried to catch up with Li Qingxian's footsteps. Li Qingxian searched in Chang'an City for several hours. He didn't return to the palace until the patrolling soldiers sounded the gong. These people either felt that it was too far or were frightened by the 50,000 mu. Now it seemed that if he wanted to find a craftsman, he could only wait until tomorrow. After returning to the Eastern Palace, Lv Yen said hesitantly, "Crown Prince, I have something to say." Li Qingxian waved his hand and rubbed his forehead. "Speak. Do you still remember that old man Gongshu? Which city are you talking about?" Lu Yan nodded. "Crown Prince, this old man is a talent. If you want to build the academy well, you have to look for them." Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. "Why do we have to find them?" "You heard it today, these guys obviously don't want to accept it. Could it be that this prince has to beg them?" Li Qingxian had always been suppressing his temper. In the past, if anyone dared to oppose him, he would immediately drag them out and break their legs. But now? Was he trying to take advantage of her? The crown prince didn't seem to understand. Lv Yen then said, "Your Highness, think about the surname Gongshu. Perhaps you can understand something. Do you think this prince is very idle? Why do you want me to think of a commoner's name? Could it be that her ancestor was the emperor? It's just a surname of Gongshu." Li Qingxian's expression changed slightly. "Gongshu? Gongshu. Are you talking about that Gongshu? The one from the Mo family?" Li Qingxian suddenly thought of a possibility. Moreover, the surname Gongshu was too rare. During the Qin dynasty, this surname could be said to be famous throughout the great Qin dynasty. However, after the Han dynasty, this Mo family gradually declined. However, he did not expect that this family that had already disappeared would actually appear in Chang'an City. Was this a coincidence? Or something else? Li Qingxian did not want to know, nor did he want to think about it. Now, he was thinking about how to find a skilled person who could solve this matter in a short time. After all, only by solving this matter could he learn the mysteries earlier and surpass his father's glory earlier. Only then could he let everyone in the imperial court know how hard he worked. At this time, the only person who could do this. Only Zhang Feng. As for the Mo family, what did it have to do with him, Li Qingxian? If it was not because he urgently needed to find a craftsman, perhaps he would have killed someone by now. Forget it, let's not think about those things now. Lv Yen, quickly contact the people who built the retired emperor's imperial manor. Tomorrow at Penglai Pavilion, tell them that someone wants to hire them at a high price to build a special place. Now, Li Qingxian could only do this. He knew that Zhang Feng, this kid, was so concerned about this matter that he would definitely work hard on it. He could make other things different, so how could this new school be simple? LV Yen heard this and hurriedly left with a fist salute. It was not until this time that the Crown Prince's bedroom was completely quiet. However, Li Qingxian did not go down first. He wanted to find his three brothers. Li Quan, Li Ji, and most importantly, Li Tai. If he could persuade the princesses to go with him, that would be good. Perhaps, when the time came, his sisters would be even closer. Chapter 5:11. Penglai Pavilion. In Chang'an City, it could be considered a very prestigious place. The people who could eat here were either rich or noble. And the private rooms on the second floor were basically not accessible to ordinary people. But today, Yan Lai restaurant hung a notice early, and there were even people at the door. There was no other reason. It was just because this place was not receiving guests today. It was booked. As for who booked it, no one knew. They only knew that there were a lot more strong men in plain clothes here today. As for those who could enter the Penglai Pavilion, only those who were specially recommended could enter. However, even so, only about 30 or so people entered the second floor of the Penglai Pavilion. These 30 people. At this time, they were all dumbfounded. Although they all knew about this place and had passed by this place countless times, they had never actually entered this place before. Why? Because they were poor. At this time, although these people had washed their bodies several times, there was still a strong smell of sweat. They stood in the private room one by one, trembling all over. Lu Yen carefully checked everyone one by one, then said with a cold face with his hands behind his back, "Wait, young Master Li is here. You all better behave yourselves, understand?" What could they say? At this time, they would do whatever he said. What did they dare to say? In less than a moment, before the hour had even passed, and before it was even noon, Li Qingxian had already hurriedly appeared. As soon as he entered the door, everyone hurriedly saluted and did not dare to raise their heads. How could the person who could book this private room and even the entire Penglai Pavilion be simple? Sit down, you all don't have to be so restrained here. Lu Yen, have you told us everything? Young master, everything is clear. Lu Yen said with a fist salute. Li Qingxian nodded. LV Yen then said, "That's how it is. To build an academy in Shao Mountain, there are about 50,000 mu of land. But in these 2 months, we must build an academy first. As for the others, they haven't been decided yet, but they definitely won't be finished in 1 or 2 years. Of course, as for the price, my young master said that everything will be according to the market price. If it's done quickly and well, there will be additional rewards." Everyone heard this. He couldn't help but hesitate. Li Qingxian waved his hand and said, "If you have anything to say, say it now." "Young master, what you're talking about, damn, you are too. That person seemed to have recognized Li Qingxian. The moment he raised his head, he knelt down with a thud. When Li Qingxian heard this, he could not help but hurriedly interrupt him. He waved his hand and said, "You stay behind. The rest of you, wait outside." Li Qingxian also did not expect that he could still be recognized even after he had deliberately disguised himself. Moreover, he knew this person. He was the craftsman who had once built the retired emperor's resort. In the end, he was the one who personally oversaw the work and personally awarded the gold medal to the imperial blacksmith. How could he not know? However, it was precisely because they knew each other that he didn't want to find this group of people. They were working for Zhang Feng. If anything were to happen, not only would their identities be exposed, but the identities of Imperial Father and the others would also be exposed. This was the most unbearable part. However, he was already prepared. Looking at the craftsman who was trembling all over, Li Qingxian said indifferently, "We seem to have met 3 times when we were building the retired emperor's resort. I am indebted to the crown prince's favor." You still remember this lowly one. This lowly one is really, alright. Li Qingxian hurriedly waved his hand. Enough of the nonsense. Since you recognized me, then this matter will be handed over to you. As for the people outside, you can use as many as you want. This is also the reason why I asked you to come here today. However, I have a request. When that person heard that the Crown Prince actually wanted to hand over the construction of 50,000 mu of land to him, and that the Crown Prince still remembered him, what was this? This was a true gift. This was really a stroke of luck. Even if it was free, he still had to do it. Moreover, the Crown Prince was now giving him this cushy job. Hearing this, the craftsman was so excited that he kowtowed. He used his head as a wooden fish to kowtow. Thank you, Crown Prince, for your favor. Even if it's free, this lowly one will definitely work hard to build the academy within 2 months. Li Qingxian waved his hand. Get up. Don't be so flustered. That's the matter, but I have 2 points that you must pay attention to. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your life or death. Please instruct, Crown Prince. First, my identity and the identity of anyone who appears in the academy in the future. Even if you and your people recognize us, you must pretend that you don't know us at. Remember, if you recognize me and don't do as this prince says, then only my guards will come looking for you. When the craftsman heard this, he was so frightened that he began to tremble all over again. Don't worry, Crown Prince. This lowly one will remember. However, on this construction site, we have to have someone in charge. What should we do if something happens to us? Li Qingxian thought for a moment. In the future, there will be no Crown Prince or Li Qingxian at the Shao Mountain construction site. There will only be Li Qingxian. Do you remember? Chapter 5:12. There was no other way. The craftsman among the people. He personally went around to look for them. Although there were some skilled craftsmen, they either felt that the construction period was too rushed or they didn't have time now. However, Shao Mountain couldn't wait. As for looking for other craftsmen, he really didn't feel at ease. He thought about it for the whole night and then discussed it with Du Go and the others for the whole night before deciding to use these people to guide the craftsmen he found. In this way, there wouldn't be any delay in the construction period. It would also guarantee that these people wouldn't slack off even if they weren't there. Therefore, Li Qingxian did it on purpose. If he wanted to do it without anyone noticing, it would be easy. Even so, he was still recognized by others. Furthermore, he only stopped when that person was speaking vaguely. In this way, the person outside the door would have infinite reverie. This was something he learned from Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang called this thing the Emperor's power. However, Li Qingxian didn't understand it, but he felt quite good when he used it. The effect was also very obvious. At this moment, the craftsman trembled even more violently. This humble one knows, but I can't be sure if those fellows will spill the beans, and this, you're called Ganziyuan, right? I'll remember you. This Crown Prince doesn't want to know the process, but the result. I'll focus on you. How to let your people keep their lives and not worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives after this thing is done will depend on your ability. Also, once this thing is done, you'll enter the Ministry of Works in 3 years. WH. What? Ministry of Works? Gan Ziyuan's head was about to faint. What kind of place was the Ministry of Works? It was a place that ordinary people couldn't enter in their lifetime. However, once they entered, it would really be the time when a chicken turned into a phoenix. However, what did the Crown Prince mean? Using a stick to pick a sweet date, this seemed to be, forget it, damn it. Although this thing was on the edge of a knife, if he worked hard, not only would he not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life, he could also get a job in the Ministry of Works. Presumably, his workers wouldn't be so stupid to do something that would cause them to lose their heads, right? Although he didn't know what the Crown Prince was playing with. However, someone who could make the Crown Prince willingly hide his identity was bound to have a higher status than the Crown Prince. Could it be the Emperor? At the thought of this, Gan Ziyuan was so excited that he started kowtowing again. I will listen to the crown prince's orders. No, it's Li Gan. At least you know your place. Li Qingxian nodded. Then, he looked down at Gan Ziyuan and said, there is one more thing. From this day on, there will only be one master on this desolate mountain, and that is Zhang Feng. If he says to cultivate, then cultivate. No one is allowed to disobey. Otherwise, the punishment will be the same as disobeying an imperial decree. Do you understand? Even if you meet the emperor or the retired emperor, you are not allowed to have any abnormalities. Otherwise. Li Qingxian lightly placed his hand on Gan Ziyuan's neck. Although he didn't say anything, how could he not understand? Don't worry, young Master Li. I've remembered everything you said. At the construction site, there's only shopkeeper Zhang Feng from Tong Huifang. I don't know anyone else. Li Qingxian smiled. You know that bastard too? Last time when the Chang'an Academy opened in Kaihua Square, I was lucky enough to be there and see shopkeeper Zhang, so, Li Qingxian nodded. Since you are a sensible person, then quickly arrange it. I hope to see your news on Shao Mountain tomorrow. By the way, the second thing is that His Majesty doesn't know about the whole thing, but he will know about it in the future. As for whether His Majesty will reward you or not, it will depend on your performance at that time. After that, Li Qingxian hurriedly left with LV Yen. He still had something to do. An important thing. That was, to go to the tavern and worry about a more important thing with Du Go and others. But when he left, Penglai Pavilion was in an uproar. All the craftsmen were driven out. At the door, Gan Ziyuan looked in the direction where Li Qingxian went and then looked at the people who were looking at him with eager faces. He said, Masters, you know Shao Mountain, right? I'm indebted to young Master Li for the 50,000 mu of land. But we all see each other frequently in Chang'an, so I'm willing to share this piece of meat with you. What do you think? Will you be so kind? That's right. Old Gan, you're so *King sneaky. When will you be so generous and be willing to give it to us? If you don't say something today, then don't think about living in Chang'an City. I know Shao Mountain. 50,000 mu of land. How rich is that? The fat is very rich. I can guarantee that after you finish this job, you won't have to work for the rest of your life. This is young Master Li's promise to me. Hearing this, everyone could not help but stare. Are there any conditions involved? Yes, that is, in the future on Shao Mountain, you can see what you should see and hear what you should hear. You are not allowed to see what you shouldn't see. Even if you see it, it's best to forget it. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. In the future, on the construction site, we will only recognize one person, that is shopkeeper Zhang of the Tong Huifang Tavern. Have you heard of shopkeeper Zhang? He was the genius who invented beer. As for the rest of the people, even if they are servants, you have to keep your mouth shut. Even if you know them, you have to pretend that you don't know them. Even if you go home, get drunk or talk in your sleep, you are not allowed to talk about them. Otherwise, even the gods can't protect you. Hearing this, everyone only felt that the world was spinning. Motherf *Ker, they had boarded a pirate ship. What kind of bullshit rule was this? However, they were not fools. The word too made them realize something in an instant. They could not help but sweat from their foreheads. After a while, they said in a trembling voice, "We understand." Chapter 5:13. The willow tree at the intersection of Tonghui Lane. At this moment, the old tree had sprouted and sprouted again. It looked lush and green. Under the tree, Ching Chimo and the others sat at the fermented glutinous rice stall. They waited for Li Qingxian while discussing how to solve this problem. Even last night and this morning, they had thought of every method they could think of. They had asked the stall owners on the street, the owner of the rice shop, the second brother of the owner of the gambling house, and even the procuress and the fortune teller. How to recruit people. But all they got in response was rolling their eyes. This was difficult. In the end, they had secretly brought Li Qingxian's crown prince token into the Eastern Palace last night. They had discussed in the Eastern Palace for the entire night. They had even asked the old eunuchs in the palace. But, the result was still no result. When Qing Chimo's stomach could no longer hold the fermented glutinous rice, Li Qingxian finally arrived. How is it? Is that matter settled? It's settled. The craftsman will go to Shao Mountain tomorrow morning. Then let's talk about this matter first. We'll talk as we go. On the way, Li Qingxian put his hands behind his back and placed his fan on his neck. He said, the matter of recruiting people, logically speaking, if you ask father, it would be too easy. Why didn't you think of this? Qingxian, we're different. You're the reliable boss and the one in the future. What about us? You know best what we are. Right now, our grandfather doesn't care about us. We have to think of a way out. Right now, this is our only chance to prove that we can surpass our father. If we ask them for help so early, won't we lose from the beginning? So, we have to rely on ourselves. Yes, Dabing is right. We have two hands holding up ahead. We can definitely think of a way. Zhang Sun nodded. He flicked his hair and hooked his arm around Li Qingxian's neck. Why don't you think of another way? Let's get rid of the idea of relying on Lao Tzu and see if there's any other way. Well, Li Qingxian had a headache. If you were talking about other things, it would be easy. But this was the issue of recruiting students. Unless they revealed their identities, it would be really difficult. The academy was not well known to begin with. Moreover, how popular would a new academy be when it first started? Especially since it was such a long journey from Chang'an to Shao Mountain. Who would be willing to send their son there? If it was learning, he could endure it. The environment of Shao Mountain was suitable for studying, but this was not studying. He was going to learn a trade. This was difficult. Why couldn't he find a master in Chang'an city to learn from? Furthermore, he could earn a little bit of profit every month. Why should I go to your academy and study there for 3 years? Although there were no tuition fees for these 3 years, and he could even teach and read, the attraction was really not enough. Therefore, Li Qingxian had no other choice. This matter is really quite difficult. Li Qingxian let out a heartfelt sigh. Forget it. Let's go and see what Feng Zi has to say. I really can't think of anything else. Let's see what Feng Zi will do. He has a lot of ideas. When Li Qingxian said this, everyone's eyes involuntarily lit up. That's right. Could it be that this grandson was making fun of them? He had so many ideas. Could it be that he could not think of anything? Who would believe that? Let's go and find Feng Zi. Damn it, I didn't sleep last night. I have to go to Yan Lai restaurant to make up for it today. I think that kid doesn't want to have a leg with you anymore. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice sounded behind them. They saw Zhang Feng riding a tricycle and wearing sunglasses. He was swaying back and forth. In the back of the tricycle, there was a basket of wild vegetables and some river fish. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng's sunglasses. Zhang Feng was so frightened that he hurriedly put the sunglasses away, causing a wave of disdainful voices. TSK. Isn't it just a glass? Lao Tzu will make one tomorrow. By the way, Feng Zi, are you going out of the city? Have you thought of a way? Also, what did you mean when you said that Iron Bull didn't want to return? What do I mean? You're using my name to openly go to the brothel to play. Motherf asterisk Kerr, I'm your teacher now. I can't control you guys anymore, right? As long as you guys dare to go, I'll get someone to tell your father. The few of them curled their lips. Why don't you find the door first? However, they did not argue about this matter. They pushed the tricycle and sat on it. After several modifications, this tricycle was no longer so unbearable. At the very least, these 5 guys added up to 500 to 600 kilograms could still make the tricycle move forward slowly. Zhang Feng was furious. He threw the tricycle aside and pointed at Chingchimo. I order you to bring the tricycle back now. As he spoke, Zhang Feng also sat on the carriage. The few of them looked at Chingchimo, who was in a daze. What kind of F***king world is this? Why am I always the one doing the hard work? Is there any justice in this world? Chapter 5:14. They made a ruckus as they brought the tricycle back to the pub. Although they were not far away, they were so tired that they lay on the table and could not move. In the end, Li Qingxin's guard, Lu Yan, prepared some dishes for them. Fortunately, Zhang Feng didn't lack anything. As long as the cured meat was washed clean and thrown into the pot, it would be ready to eat after boiling for an hour. There was no need for seasoning, frying, or cooking. After a while, they were holding the cured meat and drinking beer. At this time, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? You've been thinking for a whole night. You should have thought of a way, right? When the few of them heard this, they shook their heads one after another. Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. What? You haven't thought of a way after a whole night? So where did all your shrewdness go? Zhang Feng was speechless. But Chingchimo was not afraid. He grinned and said, Fengzi, we think you're making fun of us. You can solve this problem by yourself. Why do you have to drag us along? Where are all those wicked ideas that you've been harboring? Who would believe that? Zhang Feng was really out of ideas this time. He shook his head speechlessly. He drank the beer one mouthful at a time. I'm really out of ideas this time. Lao Tzu has never encountered this thing before. And I really forgot to consider whether the people can accept this thing. Then can't you make it simpler? Li Qingxian picked his teeth and said. Zhang Feng shook his head. No. Times are changing. Look, is there any difference between Chang and now and Chang and half a year ago? Li Qingxian thought for a while, put down the bamboo stick in his hand and said, now that you mention it, the difference in Chang and city is quite big. First, the salt that the people couldn't afford before is now affordable. Then there are the cooperatives, which made the half-dead Chang and city completely alive. Now that the people are rich, the plague of locusts can become an auspicious sign from heaven. The people can't not be rich even if they don't want to. Isn't that right? Zhang Feng shrugged. The times are changing. Take the fried locusts and the bone-strengthening powder for example. Go outside and take a look. They have become popular in the taverns. Who would dare to eat them before? But now? If I don't eat a little of this every day, I'll feel uncomfortable. What is this? This is the step of keeping up with the times. Now, even the things that the common people find most difficult to accept have been accepted. They have also accepted the cooperative, not to mention the locusts. But why can't they accept my academy? Think about the reason carefully. Zhang Feng said. They really did think of something. Just like the locust powder and deep-fried locusts, where did they come from? Those rumors were spread from person to person. And what about salt? It was different again. This thing relied on its appearance and price to make the commoners slowly accept it. The premise was that there was really a lot of this thing. That was why the price was so low. However, this cooperative was different. This thing in itself was related to everyone's profits. How could they not do it? Money could not be hidden if it was stolen at home. But a piece of paper? It could be stuffed into any crack in the wall. Moreover, the interest of borrowing money was not high. It was not painful, so the commoners could accept it. But this technical academy, that was another meaning altogether. Now, they were passing it from person to person like locusts? No. Like salt? They did not even charge tuition fees now. But this still did not work at all. Like a cooperative? It also did not work. If one wanted to learn skills, one could just go to Chang and city and find a master. Who would spend the effort to learn here? This was the most difficult part. Fengzi, this thing, to be honest, if you count on us, we really can't think of anything. Why don't you think about it? After all, this thing was decided by you. You definitely know more than us. I don't know shit. If I knew, would I be so King uncomfortable? CK, King hell, if you can't think of anything, then get lost. Don't come and hinder Lao Tzu. Zhang Feng was completely annoyed. Originally, he wanted to do something in a hurry, but why was it so difficult? From the initial block of land purchase to the problem of enrolling students, was there really no other way to deal with this Mother Ker? No, it was not that there was no other way. If there was an imperial edict, that would be the best. But that was an imperial edict. Who the CK would have nothing to do to give an imperial edict to a commoner like you? Did you think that your imperial edict was a wild vegetable by the roadside? Zhang Feng was so annoyed that he did not want to do it anymore. But at this moment, Li Shimon's voice sounded softly at the entrance of the small tavern. Yo, I heard you get angry as soon as I came. Who made you unhappy again? While speaking, Li Shimon slowly walked into the small tavern and motioned for Li Qingqian and the others to leave first. Lao Li, you don't know. It's not easy for me to decide on a big thing, but there are so many King trivial things. From the beginning of the land purchase to now, the problem of enrollment, King hell, why is it so difficult? Chapter 5:15. Just because of this? Li Shimon thought he had misheard. He asked again. In the palace, he already knew that the crown prince was looking for people to build a new college. He also knew that a few kids almost turned the palace upside down last night in order to enroll students. He thought it was a big deal. But when he overheard it outside the small tavern, it was really not easy to handle. Li Shimon didn't know what to say. He could only comfort him. Okay. I'll ask around for you. Maybe there's a way. When the time comes, I heard that you want to build a technical college. You want to teach people how to do business, how to cook, and even how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Who did you hear that from? A few of them went to my residence last night. Basically, they asked all the people doing business in my residence and outside my residence. I only found out today when everyone came to ask me. Li Shimon spread his hands. He was speechless. When Zhang Feng heard that, he hurriedly asked, what did they say? Did anyone want to come? Still want to come? They were all asking, Lao Li, what's wrong with your Li Qian? Isn't his business doing well? Why did he go to some college to learn business? Li Shimon spread his hands. Tell me, how can I not come? If I don't come, you'll flip the sky upside down. These words were not said to Li Shimon by his neighbors, but by more than half of the ministers in the imperial court. What happened last night, and what happened this morning, from the beginning of the morning to the end of the morning, there was an endless stream of people who came to look for him alone or jointly to report. If he didn't ask about the situation, there would really be a problem. Fengzi, tell me, what are you going to do with White Deer College? Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, Lao Li, let me ask you, what about the business knowledge I told you before? What do you think will happen to the Tang dynasty if more people learn my business knowledge? Who in the outside world would teach this to outsiders? Or do you think that someone would teach this to an outsider? However, you've also seen this thing now. Although I don't know how the current emperor knew about it, and I don't know if it was you who leaked it and let the emperor know, but look at the current Tang dynasty. Now, the Tang dynasty has opened a door. Everyone knows how to do business, but how many of them are smart enough to do big business? Li Shimon's expression changed when he heard this. You mean, you want to pass on all your skills, including this thing, to others? To put it simply, it was indeed the way to do business. But to put it simply, it was the way to govern a country. What kind of medicine did he take that he actually wanted to impart the way of ruling a country to everyone? Did they really want everyone to be like a dragon? Although Li Shimon didn't mind and even agreed with this approach, when Zhang Feng talked about it again at this time, and in such detail, Li Shimon really had an indescribable feeling. Zhang Feng continued, there's also this thing called business knowledge. But I have a more accurate name here. It's called finance and trade. Once you learn this thing, even becoming as rich as a country is a small matter. After all, the world is very big. Think about it. When the time comes, from Chang'an and all the way to Persia along the waterway, or even Dashi, and further places, what will the merchants of the Tang dynasty do? That will bring a huge amount of wealth back to the Tang dynasty. Laoli, at that time, what will happen to these people? Because once they graduate from the school, they will be arranged to do things in our own industries. Do you dare to imagine the future? Zhang Feng said very calmly. But Li Shimin couldn't help but breathe a little faster at this time. Business. Business. Finance. Although he didn't understand this. But once there were more such talents, and they all worked in his own industries, what would happen? No, he was not a businessman. He was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. These people were his people. At that time, Li Shimin didn't dare to think about it. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, he asked, "Then what's the matter with the chef you set up? Isn't it just a chef? Who has nothing to do?" "Ahem, Laoli, is the food I cook delicious?" Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin's words and asked back. Li Shimin was stunned and seemed to have thought of something in an instant. He couldn't help but ask, "Boy, no wonder you didn't let me open a barbecue restaurant when I wanted to barbecue. You want to pass your skills to these people, and then open pubs everywhere. You're really evil. You even want to get this thing?" Zhang Feng laughed. Although Laoli was half right. But there was a more important point that he didn't say. That was, food was the most important thing for people. This was the source of wealth. However, these are all okay. Why are you still recruiting female students? What do you mean? How many of these girls have you seen go out? And you actually let them study in public in this place? About what? Nothing. Just the female rules set by the current empress. When the time comes, a few retired female officials from the palace will be recruited at a high price from the people. They will teach the court women etiquette, plus Momo's zither skills, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and so on. The culture of our Tang dynasty can't be lost. Chapter 5:16. Li Shimin didn't understand Zhang Feng. But after hearing what he said, he found it interesting. Although he suspected that Zhang Feng found some girls to accompany him because he felt lonely in the mountains, he didn't think so when he thought about Zhang Feng's character. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed Li Shimin's doubts. "Don't worry. They won't recruit any female students for the time being. That's something to worry about later. The problem now is how to recruit people for this technical school. Laoli, you have to think of a way. What should we do about this?" Li Shimin couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard that. "Fengzi, this matter is a little difficult. If it were any other matter, it would be easy. But this is a technical school. I have to think about it carefully. But I can give you a hint. I'll go back and find some connections to see if I can get in touch with Lord Zhongsun. If I can get in touch with him, I can get in touch with the emperor under normal circumstances. After all, the emperor knows about your situation. If I can get an imperial edict for you, everything will be easy. What do you think?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel conflicted when he heard that. But he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Since you can get in touch with Lord Zhongsun, let's give it a try. I don't think there's much hope. Will the emperor care about this?" "Why won't he care?" Li Shimin asked. "Think about it. Where is this? This is the foot of the emperor. The emperor has known since the first thing you did. Do you think you're very smart?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard that. Damn it. What did we do? The emperor didn't guess it. King thought the emperor was really so awesome. I thought of something, and he thought of it too. So what happened before was all because someone was eavesdropping at the door. The emperor. Zhang Feng didn't dare to say any more. He looked around the small tavern and suddenly felt unsafe. Li Shimin chuckled. Don't worry, there's no one outside. In this Chang'an city, you can meet an official with every step you take. Think about it, how can they not see what happened here? If that's the case, wouldn't the emperor know? Therefore, when we start doing something, His Majesty already knows what we are going to do. Do you understand now? Zhang Feng nodded. Understood, Your Majesty has good hearing. When Li Shimin heard that, his face darkened. She was no longer angry with Zhang Feng. I can't be bothered. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. I'll go and ask around for you now. Don't worry. Maybe the emperor already knows that you want to open a technical school. So, you should eat and drink. Just wait for the news. As he spoke, Li Shimin was about to leave. When Zhang Feng saw that, he grabbed Li Shimin. Lao Li, let's wait. Since you're going to see Lord Zhangsun, I have to make things clear for you. Otherwise, not only will you fail, but you'll also be implicated. Li Shimin sat down when he heard that. Then tell me what you're going to do with White Deer College. I heard from Li Gan and the others that you're going to prepare for this college so that they can stand up to the Prime Minister. If you're going to use military force, you're going to be able to command soldiers on the battlefield? That's more or less the case. Zhang Feng opened a bamboo can of beer for Li Shimin and clinked it with Li Shimin. Then, he said, this is for those who really want to learn. As for those who just want to get by, or those who don't have the talent, I'll arrange for them to work in my factory as technicians. That's what I said before. I'll teach them a skill. Those who stand out will be the seedlings I'll send to the technical school. Li Shimin understood when Zhang Feng said that. If that was the case, less than 1 in 10 people would be able to enter the technical school. But what exactly was this mysterious technical school? He still didn't know. Fengzi, tell me what you're going to do with this technical school. Zhang Feng looked around and said as if he was guarding against a thief, to put it bluntly, this Science and Technology Institute is like the Ministry of Works in the palace. However, the things that are researched here are things that others have seen before. You must have heard about the things I told Li Gan and the others yesterday, right? It's the kind of ship that can travel millions of miles in a day without a single sailor. No, to be precise, it's something that drives the ship. Do you understand now? Li Shimin still didn't understand. Zhang Feng was speechless. He once again explained the technical school in detail to Li Shimin. It was basically stuff from primary school textbooks. But now, Li Shimin was completely dumbfounded. Do you think that the lightning in the sky can be avoided? Is this something that a bricklayer can do? Yes, it's just a lightning protection system. Do you think that humans can really create lightning? And that humans can fly in the sky? Damn, Lao Li, you still don't believe me? Just you wait, this kind of situation won't last long. Li Shimin looked as if he had encountered something incredible. This wasn't just incredible, it was like listening to a heavenly book. Humans can control lightning? And create it? Isn't this something that only a god can do? Li Shimin couldn't help but excitedly grab Zhang Feng's hand and say, Fengzi, are you planning to pass this on to others? Yes. However, this also depends on the person. Don't worry, I will definitely be the first to teach your son. As for others, unless they can be as monstrous as De Bing, otherwise, even if they were given to me, I would be too lazy to teach them. Even if I teach them, they will only be a plaything that will bring harm to others. When the time comes and angers His Majesty, we will not have a good ending either, right? Li Shimin heard this and finally felt relieved. But in the next moment, Li Shimin couldn't sit still anymore. Fengzi, thank you for telling me this. No, I have to go find Lord Zhangsun now. I think this will really work. Wait here for my good news. I'm leaving. Li Shimin hurriedly left as he spoke. At this moment, Zhang Feng finally relaxed. With Li Shimin's words, he was finally no longer worried. Damn it. And Lao Li was still reliable. While Zhang Feng went to take a nap happily, Li Shimin began to give orders as he got into the sedan. Little Gizi, go to Wei Zhang's residence. Also, tell those old fellows to hurry to Wei Zhang's residence. The Crown Prince and Xing Chumo must also be present. Yes. Little Gizi hurriedly went to make the arrangements. And Li Shimin also put away the amiable expression on his face. The majesty of the emperor had once again turned him into the Tang King Li Shimin. Zhang Feng's school must be established. But the issue of enrollment was really beyond his imagination. After learning about this yesterday, he chatted with Zhang Sun and Wu Go for the whole night, but they couldn't come up with anything. But in the end, both of them felt that this matter was still lacking one thing. And that was the imperial edict. Once the imperial edict appeared, it would be too late. Then everything would be much easier to handle. But how to issue this imperial edict, and how to convince the people, there would be a lot to talk about. Chapter 5:17. Taiji Palace, Imperial Study. It was the hottest time of the day. Even though there were palace maids who covered the windows with blankets to block the sunlight, and there was cold well water on the ground to lower the temperature, the imperial study was still as hot as a steamer. At this moment, Li Shimin was holding a fan in the imperial study. His shirt was unbuttoned as he fanned himself. There were 3 palace maids standing behind him, fanning themselves with all their might. However, they were still unable to cool Li Shimin down. One reason was the weather, and the other was White Deer College. After a long time, Li Shimin was still unable to cool down. In the end, he stomped his feet and went to the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Imperial Garden. A slight breeze blew and finally cooled down Li Shimin. At this moment, Wei Zhang and the others rushed over, sweating profusely. The moment they arrived, a palace maid brought them a large basin of water. They washed up before entering the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Qing Yaojin and the others looked at the sparkling lake water. They really wanted to jump in and take a bath. However, there must be a problem for the emperor to call them here at this time. Therefore, no matter how hot it was, they could only endure it. Come, come, come. All of you, come and sit. When things are settled, you can go down if you want. Li Shimin also saw through their thoughts. Dan Shuangzhou drank in the imperial garden and swam? Forget it. If news of this got out, wouldn't he be criticized to death by those officials? Your Majesty, it's such a hot day. What happened? Qing Yaojin was the first to lose his composure. Is it because of the Shao Mountain? Li Shimin nodded. It's precisely because of this. I heard Zhang Feng's college is called White Deer College. As for what it's used for, I'm sure you've heard about it. At this moment, Li Qingxian and the others hurried over. As soon as they entered Li Shimin's field of vision, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, Qingxian, why don't you tell us your thoughts first? Later, you guys can also tell us your thoughts on this college. They hurriedly accepted the decree and thanked him for his kindness. Father, I have already dealt with the construction of Fengzi's new academy. Tomorrow, some craftsmen will go to Mount Shao. I guess I will also go to Mount Shao tomorrow. As for White Deer College, for the time being, I think that it is a place that focuses on alternative education. Just like what Zhang Feng said, this place is supplemented by literature and hidden weapons. Using literature as a supplement? Hiding weapons on his body? What did that mean? Li Shimin and the others could not help but be stunned. Qingxian, explain to us. What does this mean? What do you mean by using literature as a supplement? How can you hide weapons on your body? Li Shimin had heard Zhang Feng talk about using people as a mirror, but this was the first time he heard Zhang Feng talk about using literature as a supplement. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. As for Wei Zhang and the others, they were even more dumbfounded at this moment. This son was busy thinking about how to recruit people at that time, so this son and the others didn't have time to ask about this. However, this son believes that Zhang Feng's words have a certain degree of logic. Just like he once said, he can make his literary skills equal to Prime Minister Wei and the others, and in martial arts, he can compete with Uncle Cheng on the battlefield. What? Isn't this just learning about the art of war and learning about the way of being an official? What's so difficult about this? Qing Yaojin couldn't help but pout. However, Wei Jing couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, this old subject thinks that Zhang Feng's words can't be understood in this way. This old subject has also heard about what happened last night and today. It's said that Brother Zhang Feng is running a technical school, but the focus is on strategy and strategy. As for the path of an official, as well as the path of Confucius and Mencius, they're just icing on the cake. Just like us in the imperial court, which one of us didn't start off as a lowly official or a soldier? Then, we slowly accumulated experience before we could go further. However, if I'm not wrong, what Brother Zhang Feng means is that he wants to focus on this process of accumulating experience while studying in the academy. Then, after graduating, he can directly grow. Although this seems a little unreliable, I think that this method is worth a try. Li Shimin furrowed his brows tightly and thought deeply for a while, but he still couldn't think of any results. Then tell me, culinary skills, gardening, architecture, and so on, do they all need to be learned? Isn't it just finding a master to learn? Can this be considered a subject? Li Shimin couldn't help but voice out his doubts again. He pointed at Feng Xianling and said, Official Feng, tell me, what's the difference between this and the Ministry of Works? Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Feng Xianling hurriedly got up. After thinking for a while, he said, I think that this matter should be looked at from the perspective of Brother Zhang Feng's purpose. Think about it, Zhang Feng's salt-making technique was so precious that even I would treat it as a family heirloom. However, Zhang Feng still gave it to us without hesitation. What does this mean? Think about it again. How long has it been since Liu Ban and the inheritance of the Mo family? Because of various taboos, the inheritance is basically incomplete. Even the wooden ox has been lost. If Zhang Feng opens the door to others to learn and he teaches them wholeheartedly, I think this is a great thing. Chapter 5:18. Li Shimin fell silent. However, when he compared Zhang Feng's technical school with the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Agriculture in his heart, he could see the problem. If Zhang Feng really generously imparted all his extraordinary skills to the people of the Tang dynasty, then 3 years later, wouldn't the Ministry of Works be turned upside down? It was even possible that the Ministry of Works would be shut down. If the skills Zhang Feng displayed, such as his culinary skills, winemaking skills, and other godlike skills, spread out, wouldn't the people of the Tang dynasty be like dragons? By then, wouldn't White Deer College become the Ministry of Works of the Tang dynasty? Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but burn. Although there were hundreds of officials in the imperial court, these old things didn't think about making progress all day long. Instead, they thought about how to climb up. Just like the drought last time, and the schemes of Tubo and other countries. If Zhang Feng wasn't there, what would have happened? And the plague of locusts later. Would there be a single person who could think of a way to solve this problem when they needed help? No one. In the end, it was Zhang Feng alone who settled the matter while drinking and chatting. However, if Zhang Feng really did that, wouldn't it mean that 3 years later, there would be 100 people who could teach Zhang Feng even a little bit of Zhang Feng's skills? Then, wouldn't Li Shimin really be a hands-off boss? Would he still be so tired by then? My dear ministers, what do you think of this academy, no, this technical school? You know the main problem now. If I announce to the world that this academy is as good as the Imperial College, or even better than the Imperial College, what do you think? This, Wei Zhang and the others were a little hesitant. Your Majesty, although we also think that with Brother Zhang Feng's ability, he will definitely be able to teach famous people, once this thing is made public, won't it cause dissatisfaction in the Imperial Court? The Imperial College is recognized as the best institution of learning. Last time, the Chang'an University incident had already caused many people in the Imperial Court to criticize it. If Your Majesty does this now, won't it, Your Majesty, this matter has to be taken seriously, unless, enough. Li Shimin waved his hand. I've decided on this matter. Previously, if I didn't feel that I couldn't bring myself to do this, Brother Zhang Feng might have become the imperial preceptor. Now, with the Crown Prince's junior tutor taking charge of the situation at Chang'an University, it's basically Li Gang and the old Shuozai stirring up trouble on the surface. To put it bluntly, Brother Zhang Feng and the others are also on the surface. As for Brother Zhang Feng, as long as you do things a little more meticulously, there won't be any problems. Moreover, I'll talk about this White Deer College during the morning court session tomorrow. Treat it as a trial for the Crown Prince. I don't think they'll say anything. Li Shimin made the decision with a wave of his hand. This matter was completely beneficial to the country and the people. No tuition fees. This would allow many poor students with aspirations and dreams to take a step forward. He had to let the people have something to look forward to. As for if anyone in the imperial court dared to stand up for this matter, then he would be kicked out of the imperial court. After taking sides twice in the imperial court, there weren't many people who dared to openly oppose him. Apart from the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, as well as the Guanlong people. When the time came, there would naturally be people to deal with them. With Zhang Feng's lazy personality, it was possible that these people would be pulled in as able-bodied men. Once again, they discussed the details of the plan. Afterwards, Li Shimin had little Gizi grind the paper and personally drafted the imperial edict. However, at this moment, little Gizi asked with some difficulty, "Your Majesty, how should this servant announce this imperial edict? Where is the most appropriate place to announce it?" It would have been fine if little Gizi hadn't asked. Now that he did, Li Shimin and the others were instantly put in a difficult position. With Zhang Feng's crafty demeanor, if they rashly announced the imperial edict, this grandson was bound to think of something. "How about this, you bring the imperial edict tomorrow. 15 minutes after I enter the small tavern, you send an old eunuch that Zhang Feng hasn't seen before to personally announce the edict." When Wei Zheng and the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Then, "Your Majesty, you," Li Shimin thought for a moment and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the stone table. He said, "Tomorrow, I will receive the imperial edict together with Brother Zhang Feng." When little Gizi heard this, his soul almost left his body in fright. The emperor still had to kneel to receive the imperial edict? What was going on? What was going on? What kind of drama was this? Who would dare to stand in front of the emperor? Heavens! "Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the 9 and 5, you." When Wei Zheng and the others heard this, their expressions abruptly changed. Everyone in the pavilion in the middle of the lake hastily knelt on the ground and hurriedly begged Li Shimin to retract the imperial edict. However, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter is settled. On one hand, I can dispel Brother Zhang Feng's concerns. On the other hand, I also have a share in White Deer College. To be able to nurture top talents for the Tang dynasty, I can even kneel and worship Confucius and Mencius, let alone kneel to receive the edict I wrote." Chapter 519. Early the next morning, Li Shimin hurried out of the imperial palace as soon as the court was dismissed. On the one hand, he wanted to avoid those annoying guys. On the other hand, he wanted to see this guy's face when he saw the imperial edict. When he arrived at the small tavern, the sun had already peeked out from the top of the Huaxing Temple in the east. Feng Zi, open the door. Feng Zi, come on, there's good news. Get up. Li Shimin banged on the door of the tavern. Zhang Feng covered his head and could hear Li Shimin's shouts. He rubbed his face speechlessly and got up reluctantly. Everything was good in the Tang dynasty, but it was not peaceful in the summer. At noon and at night, the room was as hot as a steamer. Sleep naked? It was guaranteed that you would have to find a doctor early in the morning to prescribe a cold medicine. But if you wanted to sleep in the courtyard, unless you had money, you would have to hire a few people to fan mosquitoes for the whole night. Those mosquitoes were like floods and fierce beasts that could not be driven away. Moreover, the mosquitoes in the Tang dynasty were very big. They had no natural enemies, and this was their capital to be arrogant. Originally, Zhang Feng still had a way. But since the damn insecticide was leaked, his mother, even if you had money, you could not buy it. Therefore, Zhang Feng only dared to put a little insecticide powder in the room before going to bed. Sleeping was like fighting a war. Before going to bed, his whole body was wet. After falling asleep, he still had to fight the mosquitoes. When he woke up, not to mention his body, even the mattress was wet. Zhang Feng looked at the bronze mirror. After seeing that there were no big mosquito bites on his handsome face today, he put on his shoes and reluctantly opened the door for Li Shimin. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Feng walked to the backyard without looking at Li Shimin. "Lao Li, what time is it? It's not time to open the market yet, right? Why aren't you sleeping early in the morning? What are you yelling at me for?" While speaking, Zhang Feng stopped directly in front of a warm water tank under the sun. Then, he dove into it and soaked in the water happily. He was so comfortable that he kept moaning. Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly and said, "Feng Zi, I'm here today to tell you the good news." "What is it? Do you still remember what happened yesterday?" "Yesterday, I went to look for the Lord Zhangsun. In the end, I spent a lot of effort to get the Lord Zhangsun to go to the palace." When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but wake up from his drowsiness. "And then? And then what?" "Then His Majesty found out about you. From the water wheel you made, to the meeting with Prince Xinla, to the cooperative and Chang'an University, which one of them doesn't the emperor know?" When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyeballs almost popped out. "Tell me the result." "I said it yesterday. It's useless." Okay. Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "Are you going to keep soaking in the water tank? Do you want me to watch you take a bath?" Zhang Feng suddenly patted his forehead and hurriedly got out of the water. He picked up a plain robe from the bamboo pole and wrapped it around his body. Then, he entered the small tavern with Li Shimin. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Feng asked, "Go on, what did His Majesty say?" "What can he say? Didn't he just praise you?" "His Majesty? Praise me?" Zhang Feng pointed at his own nose and stared at Li Shimin, saying, "You should at least make up a decent story, right? How can His Majesty know me? If His Majesty praised me, then why didn't he give me an official title? That's the real thing. Anyone can say something. Just say it directly. What His Majesty said, don't pick the good stuff. I can't stand it." Zhang Feng really didn't believe that His Majesty would praise him. It didn't make sense. If it was a normal procedure, His Majesty should find an old eunuch to invite him into the palace. His Majesty should first determine whether he was the one who did it, then ask him why he did it and what his purpose was, right? Wasn't there a basic procedure? How was this possible? Li Shimin seemed to have known that Zhang Feng wouldn't be so easy to fool. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking that if it's true, His Majesty will definitely summon you into the palace for questioning? If you think so, then you're wrong. The situation in the palace is very complicated now. Miscellaneous people are not allowed to enter the palace, especially at night. No matter what, they are not allowed to enter the palace. If you were summoned into the palace by His Majesty last night, think about it. How many people would be targeting you?" When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but come to a realization. So, His Majesty didn't summon me because he wanted to protect me? That's not it. Zhang Feng was slightly disappointed. But he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he swung his hair and used chopsticks to twirl it twice before coiling it on top of his head. He rubbed his hands and asked, "Well, how did His Majesty praise me?" Li Shimin looked speechlessly at Zhang Feng's messy hair and said, "What could His Majesty say? Isn't it just that you've done a great service for the Great Tang? In the future, when you enter the court as an official, you'll be rewarded as well. Right now, it's up to your academy. His Majesty is really looking forward to your White Deer Academy." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. It was as good as not saying anything. He didn't get any practical benefits. Chapter 520. However, Zhang Feng didn't think too much about it. After all, this was exactly what he wanted. Although the Guanlong faction in the imperial court had been suppressed, there were still some officials who remained in the imperial court. However, there were still many courtiers who were lying low for the time being. If they were to find out that he was the one who had targeted them previously, there would really be a problem. he wouldn't be able to sleep well then. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng felt relieved. At this moment, Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was speaking with a calm expression, so he continued, "But I heard from Lord Zhangsun that the emperor will talk about this in the morning court and give you an imperial edict. You don't have to worry now, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng's head spun a little. "You mean, the emperor really agreed? And he really gave me an imperial edict?" Zhang Feng thought that this imperial edict would be difficult to get. But now that Lao Li really told him that the emperor was ready to give him the imperial edict, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Lao Li, I'm a little confused now. Tell me, when did imperial edicts become so worthless?" Li Shimin heard this, but he wasn't angry. "What are you saying? Do you know that if you hadn't done so much in the past, and if the emperor hadn't seen the hope of the Tang dynasty's future, he would have given you an imperial edict to pardon you? Otherwise, what do you think the imperial edict is?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng touched his chin and nodded. That was true. Everything he had done in the past was finally paid off. Although this imperial edict didn't seem to be much at the moment, it would be great when he entered the imperial court 3 years later. Not to mention the past, when he stood in the imperial court, the people around him would all be his former students. What would that be? That would really be awesome. With just this, wouldn't the emperor give him the title of prince? However, don't be so smug. Let me ask you, why is your White Deer College called White Deer? And why is the name of your academy so sloppy? Don't glare at me. This is the will of the Lord Zhangsun. Seeing that Zhang Feng was glaring at him, Li Shimin directly passed the cool walk to Zhangsun Wuji. If Zhangsun Wuji knew about this, wouldn't he cry himself to death? But that was all for later. The main problem now was, he had to clarify a few things first. Otherwise, Li Shimin's heart would always be in suspense. When the time came, it would be difficult to deal with the opposing voices in the imperial court. When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help feeling smug. Even though the name of the academy came from a movie and a novel of the future, the name of White Deer Academy had really been in her mind for a very long time. He almost used the name of Chang'an University. But fortunately, he had forgotten about it. Otherwise, it would be a different story. Zhang Feng could not help but think of a poem by a not-so-famous poet in the Tang dynasty. The name of the poem was "Playing with a White Deer in the Mountains." Zhang Feng closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he said, "The name of this academy came from a deer I met in the mountains when I came to Chang'an. Listen carefully. Looking for flowers in a cave, they wilt easily. There is no road in the world to call. Yo yo, the white deer's fur is like snow. Stepping on my peach blossoms, I cross the stone bridge." When Li Shimin heard this, he was stunned. He could not help but feel shocked. This poem was different from Zhang Feng's previous poems. The mood in this poem was so tranquil and peaceful. Wasn't this what the Confucians yearned for? No wonder Zhang Feng chose this place. But Li Shimin also guessed Zhang Feng's other meaning. Zhang Feng wanted to use this name and this poem to warn those who were too ambitious. Stay away from the desire and greed in the heart, and stay true to your heart. Good poem. Good poem. Now I finally know what you want to do. I also guessed why you moved the academy to a place far away from Chang'an. Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. He asked, "Then tell me, why did I move the academy here?" "You want to stay away from the big whirlpool, and you want your people to be well preserved in the future. To put it bluntly, you cherish your life." Zhang Feng did not expect Li Shimin to guess what was in his heart. Thinking about it carefully, it was because of the poem just now. But there was no need to hide it. Teaching and educating people was a double-edged sword. If he managed to teach a good person, he would be able to make a name for himself. Who knows, he might even be able to become his right-hand man in the future. However, if he were to meet someone with ulterior motives, then, at that time, he would use his own ability to stir up trouble in the imperial court. At that time, who would be their opponent? This was a hidden danger. If he could warn them from the very beginning to stay away from politics and concentrate on their own things, they would be able to become outstanding in their own fields in the future. This was also the reason why Zhang Feng wholeheartedly wanted to create a modern education model. After all, this way, he wouldn't be able to teach some bookworms who only thought about politics all day long. Chapter 521. Zhang Feng sighed. Lao Li, you're right, but you're also wrong. Zhang Feng got up and took out a small pot of wine from the wine cabinet, as well as something wrapped in oil paper, and put it on a plate. At this time, Li Shimin saw that it was a plate of fried loaches. The two didn't even ask for chopsticks. They just pinched the loaches and drank a small glass of white wine. After 3 glasses of wine, Zhang Feng said, Lao Li, what you said is right. I'm really afraid of death. However, under normal circumstances, I won't die, but I'm afraid of trouble. I remember that when my master was teaching me, the first thing he said was to judge a person not by his talent, not by his comprehension, but by his temperament. This group of kids, I don't know what kind of character they have. No one knows how they will grow in the future. However, this group of kids' future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. I can only use this method to distract them from the beginning to study something else. Otherwise, if they always study politics, they won't even know how they died. This is what I'm most afraid of. I'm afraid of being dragged to death by this group of guys. Li Shimin shook his head. Then if you're so afraid of death, why do you still want to set up this academy? Wouldn't it be better to develop the pub peacefully? However, after saying that, Li Shimin wanted to slap himself. In the beginning, it was he who wanted Zhang Feng to set up this academy. Now that the academy had been set up with great difficulty, what if Zhang Feng decided to quit? However, it was obvious that Zhang Feng didn't do as he thought. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. I definitely won't do that. You can rest assured. I finally decided to do something. Do you not think highly of me? Li Shimin heard this and breathed a deep sigh of relief. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, You just said that you're not afraid. Then what are you not afraid of? Frowning coldly in the face of thousands of people's censure, bowing my head willingly as an ox. Zhang Feng blurted out a golden sentence, which instantly stunned Li Shimin. Bow my head and be willing to be an ox? Who was this cold frown directed at? Was this Zhang Feng's determination? However, Zhang Feng did not give him a chance to explain. Instead, he said, Lao Li, in this world, there are things to do and things not to do. In the past, I was too short-sighted. I thought that as long as I was a little rich, it would be enough. But when I really realized that this was a wrong decision, it was when the Chang'an University was just built. When I saw the people happily passing by me while counting their money, I realized that their happiness was actually so simple. I just opened a winery, and it could solve their income problem for this year. It might even solve their upgrade problem. What about us then? A few dozen stones of wine could earn back their money. Sometimes, when I think about it, money is really not omnipotent. So at that time, I decided that if I wanted to do the academy, I had to do it seriously. Even if I had to face the entire Confucianism of the Tang dynasty in the future, I would still go on. This is why I'm not afraid. Because behind me are all the people. No, you still have me. In his agitation, Li Shimin uttered that word. But the next moment, he suddenly thought of something and said, You still have the entire Tang dynasty. The businessmen of the entire Tang dynasty, and me. Seeing that Zhang Feng did not respond, Li Shimin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost spat out that word. Perhaps, at this moment, Zhang Feng was not like his usual self. He would definitely think of something in an instant. Fengzi, let's not talk about that. By the way, I heard from Lord Zhangsun that the Emperor liked the sentence you said very much. I want to ask you what it means. Why do I feel that this sentence is so similar to the sentence you said about Wei Zhang's Prime Minister Wei? How could it not be similar? It was originally the same meaning, okay? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, clinked his glass with Li Shimin, and said, This sentence. Let me keep you in suspense. Hey! You're still keeping me in suspense? Just say it. There's only the two of us here, no one else. Seeing that Li Shimin was pestering him, Zhang Feng said, okay, but you have to keep it a secret. In fact, there's an allusion to this matter. Do you still remember my apprentice? Where did your apprentice come from? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Ahem, Zhuge Liang. Zhang Feng coughed to remind him. However, Li Shimin could not help but roll his eyes to show respect. Damn you. You're really bragging. If Zhuge Liang was really your apprentice, wouldn't your old man have died a long time ago? You're using this nonsense to fool others to fool me? Ahem, okay, I'm just bragging. Is there a need to go so far? There's no harm in telling you. In fact, there's no allusion to this sentence. It's just a slip of the tongue. This is also the purpose of my school. Literature as a supplement, practical operations as the main focus. In this way, the person who will benefit will be you, Lao Li. You have so many properties, won't you need people by then? When your business expands to other countries, won't you need someone to manage your properties? Chapter 522. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he looked around and said again like a thief. Now do you think the Tang dynasty is very big? But it's more than that. I can predict that next year, there will be a war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks. And I can tell you an important news, but you must not talk nonsense. Li Shimin took a deep breath and forced his voice not to tremble. Say it. He wanted to ask how Zhang Feng knew there would be a war with the Turks next year. But now that Zhang Feng said it, according to his character, he must say it. If he didn't show off, he would feel uncomfortable all over. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and said, let me tell you, the world is very big, so big that you can't even imagine it. I know that the furthest place you know of is the place where the thread road reaches, but in that place, there is at least one country that can contend against the Great Tang. You've definitely heard of that country before, the Abbasid Caliphate. It should be called the Abbasid Caliphate now. Li Shimin was stunned, and then? And then, this is not the end. Go south from the Tang dynasty, cross the Hunan province, and go east from the Sea of Suzhou. According to the current speed of the Tang dynasty's ships, it will take about a year to reach a wild continent. Zhang Feng didn't say anything more. But Li Shimin understood. He understood everything. But he was also deeply shocked by Zhang Feng's words. If they headed east, they would arrive at a place they had never been before in a year's time. A barren land? Has he been there before? Fengzi, how do you know? Have you been there before? Zhang Feng shook his head. I've never been there, but these are things that my research institute will research in the future. I'm just guessing and inferring. However, if I can develop something that can propel a large ship thousands of miles in a day and completely replace the current manpower, do you want to go there? Li Shimin's heart could not help but burn. But that was all in the future. You said that next year, there will be a war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks. Is that true? Really, if you don't believe me, why don't you go to Longyu and take a look? Moreover, His Majesty is too ruthless. Taking advantage of their internal strife, he quietly stole their warhorses. How could the Turks not be worried? But you don't have to worry. It's just a small problem. How is this a small problem? Those are the Turks. Li Shimin was completely enraged. The damage caused by the Turks had not been completely forgotten by the people of the Tang dynasty. At this time, when he learned that there would be a war next year, how could he not be worried? Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder with a smile, poured him a cup of wine and said, Lao Li. Don't worry. This war will definitely not start. His warhorses have almost been stolen by His Majesty. How can he beat him? But His Majesty will definitely start a war because of the Wei River Alliance. Think about it. The Turks have lost their warhorses. What will happen then? And next year, my new type of indestructible spear and shield will be made. Your son will have the opportunity to stand out. At that time, it will also be the time for our academy to become famous. At that time, I will let everyone from the academy go to the battlefield. You'd better go and walk around. If you can get the emperor to let the people from the academy participate, it will be the best. Otherwise, if your son wants to become an official, he will have to wait for 3 years. Li Shimin did not hear the rest of Zhang Feng's words. He was rapidly thinking about Zhang Feng's words. Not to mention next year, even now, he was always paying attention to the Turks' movements. After all, the Turks were a thorn in his throat. If he did not get rid of them, he would not be at peace. Fortunately, Wang Chong didn't care about the cost of the Turks' warhorses. Now that he had 300,000 warhorses in his pocket, the Turks would definitely be angered. But at this time, the Turks were in internal chaos, so Li Shimin took advantage of the loophole. At this time, he was thinking about when to let Sheng Yaojin take 50,000 elites to see the situation. Now that Zhang Feng could predict his actions, Li Shimin could not help but think more highly of Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng was really willing to impart this ability to Li Qingqian, then, who in the Tang dynasty could be a match for him? As for the so-called barbarian lands, Li Shimin couldn't help but silently record it down in the little notebook in his heart. After Zhang Feng's local Academy of Sciences was built and the surrounding areas were pacified, it was time to go there. However, Li Shimin was now truly aware of the horror of this Academy of Sciences. It could build ships that could travel tens of thousands of li in a day, invulnerable spears and shields, and unmanned textile machines. At the thought of these things, Li Shimin's heart began to pound. Brother Zhang Feng, are you sure you can build a spear that can pierce through anything before next year? And something that can allow ships to travel tens of thousands of li in a day? Chapter 523. Zhang Feng stared speechlessly at Li Shimin. Lao Li, I think you're drunk. I know you're anxious for your son's career, but there has to be a process, right? We haven't even seen the shadow of White Deer College. It's just a piece of wasteland. How am I supposed to create something like that for you? That unbreakable spear should be possible, but as for the others, I'm not sure. Especially that thing that can allow the ship to travel thousands of miles in a day. For the time being, I don't know if I can make it in 3 years. I said so much just so that you can report to Lord Zhangsun, right? When Li Shimin heard this, he felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. The greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. I thought you would really be able to create such a miraculous thing next year. He had heard Li Qingqian mention this before, so he wasn't too surprised today. However, when he heard it from Zhang Feng himself, Li Shimin found it hard to believe. If there really was such a thing as Zhang Feng had said, then one day, Zhang Feng would create it. He was that kind of person. If he could say it, then he would create it. Sometimes, even though he was quiet, he could give you a pleasant surprise from time to time. But Fengzi, how did you guess the war next year? Do we have a chance of winning? Also, I underestimated your new academy before, but now, I'm really looking forward to your academy, especially your research institute. Ha ha ha, then you have to ask your son to make it faster. I'll start when the academy is built. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Then, he said, oh right, Lao Li, will this imperial edict really attract those people? Of course. Li Shimin imitated Zhang Feng and looked around. He even exaggeratedly leaned on the door to listen to the movements outside. Then, he said, last night, I heard from Lord Zhangsun that His Majesty is going to make your new academy the same level as the Imperial College. There are even 3 levels, Imperial Chancellor, Secretary, Supervisor, and Registrar. These 4 levels are the same as the Imperial College. Although you can receive your salary for the time being, there is one thing. Your status is a bit special. Therefore, His Majesty intends to reward you separately after you enter the court as an official. However, after thinking about it, Lord Zhangsun's intention is that although your academy is now on the same level as the Imperial College, he feels that your academy will definitely be of a higher level than the Imperial College in the future. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Enjoy the treatment of an official rank, but no official position? What does this mean? Wasn't it obvious that he was worried? What the hell? However, Zhang Feng thought about it and understood. His White Deer College hadn't been opened yet. Moreover, it was different from other academies. Who would dare to reward him at the beginning? Moreover, this was an imperial edict personally issued by the emperor. Being able to issue an imperial edict meant that the emperor was giving him face. What else did Zhang Feng want to do? Zhang Feng quickly understood. However, he also realized that the whole world knew about this matter now. He could get a salary and protect the school, but what about the students? Although Zhang Feng didn't lack money now, he would be a fool if he didn't want something that was free. Moreover, he could receive 3 dan of grain. This was the most comfortable thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng frowned and asked, "Didn't it say what kind of treatment the students will receive in the future? This is the most important thing. Otherwise, even if the imperial edict was issued, it would be useless. There's nothing to attract the commoners." When Li Shimin heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He really did not think of this point. He could not help but ask, "Then tell me, how can we attract students from all over the world? We've made the grade of the academy the same as the Imperial College of National Studies." Zhang Feng spread his hands. "How would I know? At the very least, there should be a distribution of the students, right?" "Distribution of the students? What do you mean?" "Fengzi, what do you mean?" Zhang Feng also had a headache. "Well, you've seen my ability. The talents produced by our academy can't all stay here, right? When the time comes, you'll have to send some to the court, right? This is the most attractive part. Which student in this era doesn't want to enter the court and become an official in the future? Don't you think so? Didn't the emperor think of this? Logically speaking, if he saw what I did before, he should have thought of this outcome." This, Li Shimin was a little embarrassed. "Well, wait, I forgot. I'll ask my guard if he heard yesterday. After all, I drank with Lord Zhangsun last night and felt a little dizzy." Chapter 524. Li Shimin had also forgotten about this matter. If Zhang Feng hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have remembered anything. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes as Li Shimin hurriedly left the small tavern. At the corner of the small tavern, 3 guards disguised as street thugs hurried to Li Shimin's side. One of them was Little Gizi. "Little Gizi, quickly add another line to the imperial edict. That is, anyone who successfully graduates from White Deer College and has Zhang Feng's recommendation letter can enter the imperial court and become an official according to their specialties." After Li Shimin finished speaking, he turned and entered the small tavern. However, Little Gizi was dumbfounded. Changing the imperial edict at midnight? Looking at the faintly discernible eaves of the imperial city and the streets of Chang'an, Little Gizi's heart couldn't help but tremble. According to the agreement, the time for the imperial edict to be announced was about to arrive. Changing the imperial edict at this time? How could they do it in such a short time? "Eunuch Gui, this humble one has an idea that might be able to solve our current predicament, then say it." Little Gizi unhappily berated him. That person trembled all over before saying, replying Eunuch Gui, "At this time, we only need to find a pen and add this line to the imperial edict. Wouldn't that be enough?" "Bastard. What is this? Do you think you can change it just because you say so? If you say such disobedient words again, don't blame me for being ruthless." As Little Gizi berated him, that little eunuch trembled all over and bowed his body. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to be seen by the neighbors, Little Gizi would have wanted to kill him right now. "Quickly prepare a horse for me. I'm going back to the palace now. No matter what, you guys have to stall for time until I arrive. Do you understand?" Yes. That was the only thing he could do now. He could only return to the palace and find Du Ruhui of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to redraft the imperial edict. The imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was even more troublesome. If it was not written by the emperor himself, or if it was written by the emperor in person, it had to be witnessed by the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, also known as the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and Wei Zheng of the Secretarial Bureau. Otherwise, it would be a crime punishable by death. When little Gizi rushed back to the palace and found Wei Zheng and Du Ruhui, an hour had already passed. At this time, in a small tavern. Only then did Li Shimin try to fool Zhang Feng about this matter. Clearly, Li Shimin also knew that if he did this, the imperial edict would not be read out at this time. Only then did he drink some wine with Zhang Feng and think while looking at the empty plate. He couldn't help but have an idea and said, "Feng Zi, I remember that time you made something called hot pot." "Did I? When did I make it?" Zhang Feng was confused. But after thinking for a while, he really remembered. However, that thing was not called hot pot. At best, it was a hot pot. But it was fine if Li Shimin didn't mention it. Now that he said it, Zhang Feng didn't feel a little craving. The slices of meat were dipped in boiling water in a copper pot, dipped in a special sauce, and sprinkled with a handful of garlic. The taste was simply too good. "Lao Li, wait for me. I'll be back soon." "It's fine if you don't mention it. Now that you mention it, I'm also craving it." "Wait a moment, I'll let you eat something you've never eaten before. That thing is really delicious." While speaking, Zhang Feng hurried away. Seeing this, Li Shimin was stunned. However, Zhang Feng left quickly and came back quickly. When he came back, he had a basket in his hand. Inside the basket was fresh beef, a lump of poplar leg meat and some wild vegetables. Zhang Feng didn't know where he had gotten it from, but he also had a basket in his hand. Except for beef, other kinds of meat could be obtained. But this kind of vegetable was really a rare variety. Li Shimin followed Zhang Feng to the kitchen. Looking at the busy Zhang Feng, he asked, "Your beef, don't worry. I bought it from the treasury. I heard that a cow was slaughtered in the treasury of Chang'an city yesterday. The retired emperor wanted to eat beef, so there was only half left. I just asked an acquaintance to get a little bit. Don't worry. No yamen runners will come to arrest us. It's all regular meat." Li Shimin was speechless. The retired emperor was not greedy for anything except the cow's penis and the cow's kidney. This, even he couldn't say anything. But looking at the vegetables in the basket, he asked, "These vegetables are rare. How could you get them? What's so difficult about it? Although it's not much, there are always some left in the corner of every house. If it's someone else, they definitely can't eat it. But who am I? If I want to eat it, how can no one give it to me?" Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was showing off, and curled his lip speechlessly. "If it weren't for Lao Li doing me such a big favor, I would be too lazy to get such good things today. Today, it's just the two of us. Let's satisfy our cravings." While speaking, Zhang Feng took out some red charcoal from the stove and put it in a copper pot. Then, he boiled some water and put it under the pot. Carefully, he took out the pot, some seasonings, sauces, and other things and put them on the table. Li Shimin was speechless. He carried plates of meat and followed Zhang Feng like a servant. At this time, if people in the palace saw this, who would believe that the dignified emperor was running errands in this small tavern? Chapter 525. During this meal, the two of them ate very slowly. As they ate, they talked about the future development of White Deer College in detail. However, Li Shimin and Zhang Feng had different opinions about the materials used for the construction. They were arguing until their faces and ears turned red. "Lao Li, this research institute and White Deer College are my territory. Even though you've invested money, I still have the final say in the direction of development. Look at the 3-story stone building I'm talking about. What's wrong with that? It's such a high-end and classy thing. Why can't I do it? Moreover, this new building made of stone will be warm in winter and cool in summer. This will definitely be the trend of development in the future. Why are you so stubborn, Lao Li? No, this college will represent our reputation in the future. It has to be built according to the standards of the Imperial College. Look at what you've drawn on the paper. It's not stylish at all. How can this show that your college is different?" Li Shimin was tit for tat. The two of them had no intention of giving in. In the end, Li Shimin directly pressed his greasy hand on the paper. Zhang Feng was also angry. No, you have to do as I say. Lao Li, we can discuss other things, but there's no room for discussion on this. If you really can't do it, I won't do it. If you want to do it, you can do it yourself. Li Shimin heard this and admitted defeat. He looked at Zhang Feng resentfully for a long time and snorted. However, Zhang Feng didn't bother with him. Li Shimin acted as if he was angry. He put all the meat that Zhang Feng had cooked into his bowl. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was furious. However, what could he say? At this moment, a cold voice was heard at the entrance of the small pub. Is Zhang Feng here? Zhang Feng was taken aback. Who is it? I'm the steward of the Ministry of Internal Servants. I'm here to announce the decree. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at Li Shimin, who was also confused, and asked, Lao Li, what's going on? Why is the imperial edict here? How would I know? I didn't hear that there would be an imperial edict today. Then what should I do? Zhang Feng was completely flustered. What else can we do? Hurry and open the door. Don't tell me you want to defy the imperial decree? Li Shimin was somewhat speechless as he urged. Zhang Feng, who was panicking, was somewhat amused. This kid usually seemed to be very good at bragging. Why did he panic like a dog when he encountered an imperial edict? This time, he tried to fix his hair, change his robe, and get rid of the pot. But after a long time, he failed. This time, Li Shimin pushed Zhang Feng to open the door of the tavern. At this time, the entrance of the tavern was already crowded with people. Zhu Zi's father, Zhu Zi, Guzi, Old He, and the others were all here. Looking at the more than a dozen eunuchs in maroon court robes at the entrance of the tavern, they couldn't help but look at each other. Seeing Zhang Feng come out, Old He hurriedly asked, Fengzi, what's going on? Yes, Fengzi, what's going on? I heard that you've been running to the yamen these days. Did you do something wrong? Hearing everyone talking at once, Zhang Feng instantly panicked. He hurriedly explained, No. What happened here? Isn't this kid trying to set up an academy? This is an imperial edict from His Majesty. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. They all knew about the academy. In this Kaihua Square, this kid already had more than 30 good students. But for this, the emperor issued an imperial edict? Wasn't this a joke? There were many academies in the world, but they had never seen the emperor personally issue an imperial edict to anyone. And what was this imperial edict? Was it something that ordinary people could come into contact with? Old He couldn't help but become anxious. Looking at those eunuchs of all sizes, he was so anxious that he was about to cry. Yi, if anything happens to Fengzi, please tell us. All of us in the neighborhood can testify for him. This kid is a coward. He definitely won't do that kind of thing. The leading eunuch was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Zhang Feng and Li Shimin behind Zhang Feng, his legs were trembling. At this moment, he was annoyed to death by Old He. If it was in the past, he would have been dragged away and beaten, but now he didn't dare to. The emperor was watching. Damn it. If he had known, he wouldn't have accepted this matter. He said that the emperor would personally watch him read the imperial edict. But was this just watching? If the imperial edict was read, it seemed that the emperor was here to accompany this kid named Zhang Feng. If the imperial edict was read, wouldn't the emperor also have to kneel? What was this? This was a capital offense. He didn't dare. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to read it. However, he had been standing there for a long time. If he didn't say it, what could he do? The old eunuch looked at Li Shimin. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but Li Shimin pretended not to see him. He just looked at the people who were quarreling endlessly. While the old eunuch was anxious, he was pestered by Old He again. He couldn't help but have an idea. He said, Brother, this isn't because Zhang Feng has done something bad. On the contrary, this time, brother Zhang Feng has done something amazing. When the villagers heard that, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. You've done something incredible? Didn't he just open a school? No, could it be that His Majesty also knows about this brewery? That's right. Eunuch, you don't know, but this beer was made by Zhang Feng. When you go back to the palace, you have to put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. That's right, that's right. When you leave, we'll give you a cart full of beer. The old eunuch wiped the sweat on his forehead and waved his hand. Thank you for your kindness. This time, I'm here with the emperor's imperial edict. So, would you please make way? Chapter 526. When everyone heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. This was really an imperial edict. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. He was wearing plain clothes and did not have a single shoe on his feet. They were dumbfounded. How was he going to receive the edict in this state? Wasn't this too much of a mockery? If this reached the emperor's ears, no matter how good it was, this was disrespecting an imperial edict. If it was light, his legs would be broken. If it was heavy, he would be beheaded. Fortunately, the old village chief was experienced and knowledgeable. He hurriedly went forward to apologize. Eunuchs, please wait a moment. Feng Zi is used to being carefree, but receiving an imperial edict is like meeting the emperor. How can he be so sloppy? So, please wait a moment. I'll arrange for a few people to go in and familiarize Feng Zi. How about it? All right. Then hurry up. What could the old eunuch say? This was the rule. Most importantly, he wanted to delay until the emperor entered the room and did not come out. He was prepared to read the imperial edict in one breath. Otherwise, would the emperor really kneel to receive the edict? He would not need to return to the palace. He would really be amputated. Therefore, when he heard the old village chief's words, he hurriedly agreed. The old village chief did not hesitate. He waved his walking stick and shouted, "Fellow villagers, this is the first time someone has received an imperial edict in Tonghui Lane. This is a joyous occasion for our Tonghui Lane. You, old women, quickly go into the room and dress Feng Zi up. You, Zhu Zi's mother, don't just stand there. Quickly go and boil water for Feng Zi to wash his hair, clean his face, bathe, and change his clothes." When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Old village chief, there's no need for that, right? I'll just go in and change my clothes. What's going on? I have to bathe and change my clothes? Sigh. Feng Zi, you don't have to worry about this. You, just be a big boss for once. Everyone here was very excited. Even old He and Zhu Zi's father carried Zhang Feng into the room. There were also some busybodies who followed the old village head to each household to scour out their hidden money. They went to the market and bought a large basket of firecrackers, as if they were afraid that no one would know about it. They struck the drum and set off the firecrackers. Old and young masters of Tong Hui Fang, listen up. Today is a big day for our Tong Hui Fang. This is the first time we've received an imperial edict from the emperor. Needless to say, you should be able to guess who received the imperial edict, right? That's right. It's that brat Zhang Feng. Let's go. Bring out your spirits and enjoy the joyous atmosphere. Maybe your luck will change too. Old and young masters, today is our big day. These people seem to be afraid that others wouldn't know. In the end, he even found a mule and a horse. He rode on the horse, struck the instrument, and showed off on the street. Even the angry bailiff was dumbfounded when he heard about this. He hurriedly followed the crowd to the small tavern. In fact, when Niu Weili heard the news, his vision went dark and he fainted. Before he fainted, he held on to advisor Ma. Quick, carry me to the small tavern. Happy Heart Refreshment Shop also received the news about this. When Zhang Yuyao's personal maid, Xiao Chui, heard the news, she kept chattering in the mansion like a sparrow. Something happened, something happened. Something happened to the young master. Someone from the palace is here. He's really waiting at the young master's door to give him an imperial edict. When Old Master Zhang and Old Master Zhang heard about this, they hurriedly called for a few servants to go to the small tavern to help. They even hung red decorations at the entrance of the mansion. In the mansion, Old Man held Zhang Yiao's hand and knelt in front of the ancestral tablets, crying bitterly. He kept shouting something about the ancestors' blessings and blessings. Although Zhang Yiao's face was red and she didn't say anything, her heart was as sweet as honey. She secretly sniffed a poem that Zhang Feng had given her in return. She was so shy that her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Old Man and others laughed so hard that only their teeth could be seen but not their eyes. Yiao's father was so excited that he shouted, "Come on, quickly invite old Madame Wang and the old scholar. I want to treat them to wine. Good wine." At the entrance of the small tavern. During this hour, the eunuchs were all anxious. None of the eunuchs were anxious. On the contrary, each and every one of them was eager to delay this matter as long as possible. However, as time went on, more and more people came. It was as if they were celebrating the new year. They surrounded the small tavern with 8 layers of people inside and 8 layers of people outside. The sound of firecrackers never stopped. However, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the Crown Prince and the others were in Chang'an University at this time and couldn't come. Otherwise, they would have been doomed. Although all the eunuchs hoped that this imperial edict could be delayed as long as possible, they couldn't get away from it. At this time, Zhang Feng was wearing a moon-white Confucian robe. The lapel of his robe was also decorated with high-quality gilding. A jade hairpin with a red-crowned crane was inserted into his hair bun. At this time, his beard was hanging. Zhang Feng's peerless appearance instantly made the women in Chang'an city scream. What an elegant young master! Li Shimin coughed when he saw the eunuch still dawdling. The guard behind the old eunuch said coldly, "The imperial edict has arrived. Kneel." Chapter 527. Hearing this, the old eunuch trembled. His body trembled, and he almost threw the imperial edict in his hands to the ground and kneeled down first. "Damn it, who the F***ck yelled at. Didn't you see the emperor here? How could you make the emperor kneel? You're going to kill me. What should I do? What the hell should I do?" The old eunuch looked at the people kneeling down. He was so anxious that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were fixed on Li Shimin, who was standing behind Zhang Feng. When he saw the emperor kneeling down, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Zhang Feng was a little confused. He felt that the old eunuch who was about to announce the imperial edict was looking at him strangely. His whole body was trembling. How long had it been since the old eunuch left the palace? He was so sick, and he still came out to announce the imperial edict? Zhang Feng didn't think much about it. He just thought that these old eunuchs were trembling because of their bodies. Would they be like this if they ate just a little bit of the bone-strengthening powder? At this moment, the old eunuch also began to announce the imperial edict. By the emperor's imperial edict, today, Zhang Feng, the shopkeeper of Tonghui Lane Winery, has made a great contribution to the Tang dynasty. Hereby, I bestow the title of Viscount to Zhang Feng, hereditary. Zhang Feng's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, the emperor still had some conscience. But for the people of Tonghui Lane present, this was a big deal. Viscount. Although it was only the lowest noble title, it was still a noble title. And it wasn't even a county baron, but a viscount, which was even higher than a county baron, and it was hereditary. Generally, noble titles were not hereditary. Whether it was a county baron, a viscount, or a duke, which was higher than a viscount, none of them were hereditary. But any title with the word hereditary was a great existence. At this moment, although the old eunuch didn't say what Zhang Feng had done, the people could only think that Zhang Feng's trip to the academy this time was very important to the emperor. The old eunuch paused. In fact, he was looking at Li Shimin, who was kneeling on the ground. His palms were cramping. However, since the imperial edict had already begun, it could not be stopped. Only then did the old eunuch continue to read. Today, we learned that you are going to establish an innovative new school on Mount Shao. We are very pleased. Therefore, he is rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and 50,000 mu of land on Mount Shao to Zhang Feng. As for White Deer College in Shao Mountain, its rank is equal to that of Imperial College. All of the teachers will receive the same salary as the Imperial College's Chancellor and Secretary of Temple. After 3 years, they will be rewarded separately. As for the students of White Deer College, after they graduate, they can bring along a document issued by Zhang Feng and become an official in the Imperial Court or work in the Ministry of Works. All the properties of Xuanshan Academy will also be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works. Boom! After the last bit of the Imperial Edict was read out, the entire Tonghui Lane went into an uproar. What's going on? Fengzi's academy is going to become popular. Oh my god. What kind of academy did Fengzi open? How could the emperor think so highly of it? My God has blessed my Tonghui Feng. Finally, a golden phoenix has flown out of this chicken nest. Old He, Zhuzi's father, Zhuzi's dog, and the others were the most noisy. However, no one said that they wanted to send their sons in. Obviously, they felt that they were not qualified. As for the old village chief, he swung his walking stick shakily. Folks, quickly buy all the firecrackers you can buy for Lao Tzu. Today, I want to make Tonghui Lane explode. Okay. Ha ha ha, it's time to let the name of Tonghui Lane. Wait. Shopkeeper Zhang has treated us veterans well. We, the Enlil workshop, will take care of these firecrackers. Wait, my master said that today, our Isan dessert shop will hold a big banquet for guests. Everyone who comes to celebrate the son-in-law must be present. Zhang Feng was very excited at first. However, when he heard the word son-in-law, the smile on his face froze. Little brother Zhang Feng, accept the imperial edict and thank the emperor for his kindness. At this moment, the eunuchs hurriedly urged Zhang Feng to get up. Just now, the crowd was too noisy. They did not dare to disturb these people. Didn't they see the emperor smiling at these people until his teeth were exposed? However, now that the crowd had finally quieted down, the eunuchs hurriedly urged him to get up. They even had the feeling of kneeling down and begging Zhang Feng to get up. Zhang Feng just noticed that these people, no matter old or young, were all speaking in a trembling voice. Moreover, they were all sweating like they were drunk. At this moment, Zhang Feng looked up and noticed that these people's legs were shaking. This was not right. Zhang Feng got up and took the imperial edict from the old eunuch's hand, as well as a tray covered with a red cloth. The old eunuch cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Zhang Feng was very happy. He grabbed the old eunuch, took out a golden cake from his pocket, and stuffed it in the old eunuch's hand. Eunuch, I'm sorry for not serving you well today. Please. Before he could finish, the old eunuch withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He cupped his hands and ran away. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. I say, old Li, what's going on? Didn't I hear that after the imperial edict was announced, there was a custom to return the favor to the person who announced the imperial edict? Why did they run away? And why are these people trembling all over? They can't even speak clearly. Are all eunuchs like this? The eunuchs who had not gone far heard this. Their heels went soft and they almost fell to the ground. Li Shimin smiled and stroked his beard. This is probably because they admire what you have done, so they are grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 528. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. How could this be? But now was not the time to talk about this. He had to get rid of these neighbors first. Otherwise, if these free firecrackers set a place on fire, it would be a big joke. Zhang Feng waved his hand and shouted at the top of his voice, folks. Quiet down and listen to me. Quiet down. Old and young men, can we stop for a moment? Hey, Zhang Feng's throat was almost hoarse from shouting. With the help of the old village chief and the others, he finally managed to calm down these enthusiastic neighbors. Zhang Feng looked at the crowd and said, "Thank you very much for your support today. I can be where I am today because of your help. Our academy has just started and it hasn't been officially built yet. I hope you can help me more in the future. Fengzi, I want to ask why your academy is in Shao Mountain. How did you think of such a faraway place? Don't you have an academy in Chang'an City? What are you doing there?" "That's right, Fengzi. What are you trying to do with your two academies?" Zhang Feng knew these people were going to ask this question. He smiled slightly and said, "The academy in Chang'an City is still recruiting for the time being. But it will be run according to the old rules of the Tang dynasty. As for the White Deer College in Shao Mountain, you can learn everything from me. Whether it's beer brewing, cooking, business methods, etc., as long as you can think of it, I will teach you." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. "Then what are you trying to do? How does it have anything to do with an academy?" "Yeah, it's easy for barbecue. You can learn it by just teaching." "How did it become a specialized subject?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You don't King know? In my academies, not only will I teach you this, but I will also teach you some knowledge from books. Confucius and Mencius are trivial. You see, barbecue is easy. But do you know how to expand this into a business?" Everyone was stunned. Isn't this just finding a place to set it up? What else was there? However, since Feng Zi was able to set up an academy, it definitely wouldn't be that simple. Everyone could only wait anxiously. This barbecue is simple, but how to develop it into a business is difficult. Think about it, although this barbecue stall makes money, how can it make you rich in a short time? Now that our Tang dynasty has entered the golden age, the life is good, and the good days are coming. When the time comes, countless foreigners will pour into our Tang dynasty. What we want to earn is the money of the foreign barbarians, right? This is related to one thing, and that is the trade route. When the time comes, think about it. How can we get this thing to the foreign countries and earn money from those barbarians while also making a fortune for ourselves? Those merchants treat this as a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation. However, in my academy, this thing can be learned as long as you want to. Then I'll teach you all." When everyone heard this, their eyes instantly burned with passion. Fengzi, then tell me, can a bamboo craftsman get rich?" "Teach bamboo craftsman? My father is a bamboo craftsman, but he hasn't made any money in his life. Tell me, can this skill make money?" "Fengzi, I'm a kiln craftsman. Tell me, can this thing make me rich? Then can you teach me how to sell pork better?" Li Shimin felt a headache coming on as he looked at the strange questions. However, Zhang Feng still answered them one by one. "Zheng tofu. This meat can be sold the same, but you still don't know the business knowledge. So if you want to sell this meat well, you have to learn. As for this bamboo craftsman, sorry, I can't teach you this thing. However, I can tell you clearly that this thing is the same. You lack one thing, and that is business management." Everyone looked at Zhang Feng as if they were looking at an immortal. How could such an ordinary item contain so many secrets? Why did Feng Zi say that even a bamboo craftsman could make money? And it looked like he was making a lot of money? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but burn with passion. In this era, everyone was afraid of being poor. Once they heard that there was a way to make money, they would crazily dive into it. Zheng Tufu waved his butcher knife and pushed the crowd aside. He rushed to Zhang Feng and knelt down with a thud. "Master. You are my master, so please teach me how to use this thing." Stop. Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. He hurriedly said, "Let me say this first. You all heard it just now. This is a proper academy, and it's an academy that follows the emperor's orders. So, the things you all said, I can't teach you for the time being." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, after Zhang Feng's next sentence, everyone couldn't help but become excited again. But when the time comes, there will naturally be students who will impart these things to you. This is also something that the students here have to do before they graduate. I'm not recruiting just anyone. Although we don't charge tuition, at least there's a threshold of age. The minimum is 6 years old, and the maximum is 24 years old. Those who are older than this, then forget it. Here, you have to abide by the rules too. However, there's no threshold for recruiting students. As long as you have dolls at home, after a few days, when I've settled things on my side, I'll set up a recruitment office. You can bring your dolls to report. Chapter 529. It took Zhang Feng a lot of effort to get rid of these people. He was in a good mood. It seemed that it would be easier to get things done with an imperial edict. However, Zhang Feng thought for a while and said again, "Everyone. You all heard it. The imperial edict just said that the students who graduate from my academy will be able to enter the imperial court and become officials. Therefore, you all don't have to worry. You can pass down those craftsmen and artisans to your children. When they learn well, they'll naturally be chosen by the Ministry of Works. By then, your ancestral skills will be able to walk out of the Tang dynasty and into foreign countries. The premise is that your children are willing to learn and want to learn. Who knows, they might even be able to become the Minister of Works in the future. But they can learn everything else." Zhang Feng explained again. The entire street was in an uproar. The servants of the Zhang mansion were all on the move. They were all dressed in red and carried tables from the entrance of the Zhang mansion to the entrance of Zhang Feng's tavern. Zhang Feng looked at them. Only then did he remember the important matter. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow villagers, thank you for your kindness. Today, Feng Zi is treating. There's enough beer. Eat and drink to your heart's content." "That's right. My son-in-law is only able to achieve what he has today because of your love. Although my son-in-law's elders are not here, as long as I, Zhang Shan, am here, you can come to me if you encounter any problems in the future." At this moment, old Master Zhang, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, looked at Zhang Feng with a flushed face. The more a father-in-law looked at his son-in-law, the more he liked him. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was in a dilemma. He felt that he had nowhere to put his hands and feet. He nudged old Li with his elbow and realized that Li Shimin, this bastard, had started chatting with old he and the old village chief without him noticing. This gave Zhang Feng a headache. However, he could only brace himself and give a fist salute. "Uncle Zhang, why did you come in person?" "Ha ha ha. Prince Zhang, I'm here to congratulate you. Come. Let's go inside." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face stiffened. Hearing bursts of laughter, he hurriedly pulled old man Zhang Feng into the tavern. Li Shimin and the others were also outside, staring at Zhang Feng. This was the first time he had seen Zhang Feng suffer a setback, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. He waved his hand and said, "You, quickly go and invite Zhou Dafu over. Today is brother Zhang Feng's big day. Go and call old Shen and the others over. Let's have a good drink." Ah! The chamberlains of Jin had already hidden themselves in the crowd, secretly guarding around Li Shimin. At this time, there were too many people, and the daggers on their waists were already sweating cold sweat. But at this moment, he couldn't show it. That was why it was the most unbearable. Fortunately, Li Shimin also knew about this matter. He pulled the village chief, old he, and Zhu Zi's father to sit at the entrance of the tavern. When the crowd of onlookers saw the baskets of pastries in the Zhang residence and the busy setting up the tables, they became furious. The village chief's lungs were about to explode. After comforting Li Shimin, he roared, "Do you all really want to eat and wait for death? Feng Zi is the treasure of our Tong Hui Fang. Now that his father-in-law's people are here to help, you all must be blind. Go back home and bring your own tables and chairs over. Are you waiting to squat on the floor and eat? Motherf asterisk cur, go and help me." Only then did everyone let out a strange cry and disperse in an uproar. One after another, they went forward to help. Even that butcher Jing brought over a large fat pig, as if he was afraid that Zhang Feng couldn't hear him, he set up a large pot at the intersection and started to slaughter it. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to do that. They could only grab the roosters at home and stuff them in front of Zhang Feng's door as if they were free. In the end, the village chief had no choice but to go to the academy and ask the old scholar to write down everyone's congratulatory gifts in a book. Only then did the old scholar know about the matter of Zhang Feng's new academy. He seemed to think that Zhang Feng was greedy, so he sent Du Go, Li Qingxian, and a few other people who didn't look so happy to go over and help. When Jingshu knew about this matter, how could she sit still? She hurried her maid, took her guzheng, and hurried to the tavern in the sedan chair of the academy with her. At this time, the imperial edict was read out in the tavern. Then, the imperial guards went to the streets and alleys of Chang'an city with copies of the imperial edict and reported to the provincial governments. At this time, the whole Chang'an city knew about Zhang Feng's name and the matter of Zhang Feng's Daoshan Academy. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shocked. What was shocking was that after 3 years of graduation, they could take Zhang Feng's documents to the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works to apply for the examination to be an official in the imperial court. What was this? Damn it, even the imperial college couldn't do this, okay? Everyone hurried to Tonghui Lane to see if it was true or not. At this time, Niu Weili of the Chang'an local government lost his temper and sent all the people who could be sent to Tonghui Lane. Even the imperial guards were alarmed and directly surrounded the entire Tonghui Lane. Want to go in? Sure, but first, they had to search him and verify his identity. At this time, in the academy, Li Gang couldn't sit still. After saying a few words to the old scholar, he hurried to the tavern. As soon as he left, Ching Chimo and the others couldn't sit still and jumped over the wall to leave. The old scholar was so angry that he threw the book in his hand and directly announced that today's class was closed. He also left. In the Zhang mansion, Zhang Yuyao knew that Jingshu was going to go. How could she sit still? She secretly slipped away from Mrs. Zhang through the back door. At this time, everyone in Chang'an city had only one purpose, and that was to go to the tavern and see Zhang Feng's real face. Chapter 530. There were only 6 tables in the small tavern. At this time, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, who came to congratulate him, had already occupied the best table. Li Qingxian and the others also occupied a table. The 3 tables near Li Shimin's table were all occupied by the people of the Jin Wu guards. The rest of the neighbors wanted to come in, but when they saw the cold faces and the graceful and luxurious appearance of Li Shimin and the others, they were scared. Only Zhang Shan forcibly dragged old He, Wang Pe, and the others to sit at the door. Why? He was Zhang Feng's future father-in-law and half the owner of the small tavern. Now in the small tavern, there were imperial chefs from the palace. He couldn't get involved, but the people outside were basically the leftovers of the imperial kitchen. The Tang dynasty was an era that paid attention to etiquette. Even if you gave an egg or a basket of wild fish, there would be someone who would record it clearly for you. Butcher Zheng, who lives near the street, sends a whole pig, a total of 57 jin of meat and 12 jin of pig offal. Exin pastry shop, Zhang Mansion sends 3,000 strings of coins, 30 fat pigs, and 52 fat lambs. 30 pieces of brocade. 100 herb shop, Dr. Zhou sends money and 101, old Lu, who lives next door, sends a basket of wild fish and 30 eggs. Amidst the shouting, Zhang Feng was like a fool. He cupped his fist at the door and thanked them one by one with a grin. This was something that could not be helped. If he did not do it, then those damn neighbors and that muddle-headed father-in-law of his would kill him. This was also a kind of etiquette. There was no other way. He was all alone in the world. He didn't even have a mediocre person. In the end, under Zhang Feng's signal, Ching Chimo and the others stood at the door and did it for him. They naturally didn't need to write a gift. If it was a gift, it would make the neighbors of Chang'an city feel ashamed. Therefore, the things they brought were all carried into Zhang Feng's backyard by the servants. At this time, Zhang Feng's backyard was basically filled with gifts. Congratulations, congratulations. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhang, I've long known that you have an extraordinary bearing. Now, you've finally achieved meteoric success. When the time comes, don't forget about this old man. 100 Herb Yards old Dr. Zhou cupped his hands in greeting, grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Why would Lao Tzu remember you? F***ck. He's cursing me. However, Zhang Feng didn't have any evidence, nor was he in the mood to do so. He couldn't help but stare blankly at the commotion at the door. At this moment, all the noises on the street came to an abrupt halt. Chang'an and the others also screamed and put their arms around each other's shoulders. At the door of the small tavern, Jingshu was wearing an emerald green dress. The maid behind her was looking at the surrounding people who kept staring at Jingshu with disgust. In her hand, she was still holding a guzheng wrapped in a brocade handkerchief. However, it didn't matter. What mattered was, beside Jingshu, she was holding a girl's hand. The girl was wearing a pink gauze dress like a lady from a noble family. However, at this time, the girl seemed to be very timid and at a loss. If it weren't for Jingshu holding her, she would have run away. However, even though she had her head lowered, the appearance that she displayed when she looked around caused a burst of exclamations. F***ck. Isn't she Miss Zhang? Zhang Yuyao? I remember. She isn't Prince Zhang's fiancée. This Jingshu, the two of them actually came together? Interesting. Hee, this is going to be interesting. I heard that Prince Zhang has been shirking his responsibility. Now it seems, ha ha ha. These people didn't hide these words. Instead, Zhang Feng heard them clearly. However, Zhang Feng also had a headache. He wanted to run. However, at this time, that damn Ching Chumo and the others had already guarded the door and intentionally or unintentionally sandwiched him in the middle. Damn it. Let's see how Lao Tzu will deal with you when you go to Lao Tzu's academy in the future. Zhang Yuyao greets Prince Zhang. No, now I'm called Lord Zhang. Well, please come in, come in. Zhang Feng was at a loss. He had always been an iron-willed man. At this time, when he suddenly encountered such a situation, his brain was really a little stuck. I'm Jingshu. Greetings, Lord Zhang. Miss Jingshu, please don't make fun of me, come in, come in. Ha 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 ha. Look, Fengzi is actually blushing. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Zhang Feng shouted angrily. He was about to slip away when Li Shimin stopped him. Fengzi, come in. When Zhang Feng heard this, he cowered. Fine. It seemed that he couldn't avoid this today. In the end, Zhang Feng steeled himself and walked into the small tavern as if he was entering a banquet at Hongmen. As soon as he entered, Li Shimin waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Feng to sit beside him. On either side of Zhang Feng's empty seat were Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui instinctively gave up their seats. When Zhang Shan saw that his daughter's arrival actually made the table full of people who obviously came from wealthy families, he couldn't help but laugh happily. When Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng sit down, he said enigmatically, Fengzi, you're really lucky with women. Brother, you're so lucky, so lucky. Ha ha ha. Chapter 531. Zhang Feng's face darkened. Damn it. What should I do? Zhang Feng couldn't help but change the topic. He picked up the bamboo bottle of beer and said, Thank you all for coming to celebrate with me today. I, Fengzi, have to thank all of you for your love. Of course, if you have any difficulties in the future, you must come and find me. Come, everyone, bottoms up. As he spoke, Zhang Feng raised his neck and drank. Zhang Yuyao was in a dilemma. She looked at Jing Shu drinking with her face covered by a luo xiu. Then, she looked at old Madame Wang and all the other women outside the door. They all raised their heads and drank. But when she smelled the smell, she felt a little nauseous. But she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and said in her heart, This was brewed by my husband. This is my husband's. Resisting the urge to vomit, he gulped down the water. In the small tavern, everyone was drinking while stealing glances at Zhang Yuyao. Seeing Zhang Yuyao drinking like this, everyone laughed and drank to their heart's content. Originally, Zhang Yuyao didn't say anything, but when she heard the laughter, she couldn't help it. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She hurriedly endured it, took out a sachet from her embroidered robe, threw it to Zhang Feng, and hurried away. Once again, Ching Chimo and the others let out a series of wolf howls. Zhang Feng glared at them. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Oh. Good, 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 good. Brothers, today Feng Zi won the title of Viscount, and he can do that. Oh right, he got the Imperial Edict's permission. What is this? The heavens are looking after our Feng Zi. Come, 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 this is a little gift from me, Tai Nyo. You know I'm just a boor. Here are 3,000 strings of string of cash, which is my private money. Come, bring it in for Lao Tzu, no, bring it in for me. Ching Chimo was about to say something bold, but Li Qingxian gave him a fierce kick. Only then did he remember that his father and the emperor were here, so he quickly changed his words. After Ching Chimo finished speaking, Li Qingxian cupped his hands and bowed. Today, this little brother does not have anything else but a golden saber used by Turkic nobles that my father obtained from a Hu merchant. Today, I will present this to brother Zhang Feng. As he spoke, another attendant walked in from outside the door with a tray. On the tray, there was a shiny scimitar embedded with jewels. This blade was given to him by the son of Shili Khan, Doritu, who was also known as the Little Khan, when he came to Chang'an last time. One could imagine how precious this item was. Zhang Feng took a look at it and instantly fell in love with it. At this time, the neighbors inside and outside the small tavern couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw the two people's congratulatory gifts. When Li Qingxian finished speaking, Li Shimin couldn't help but laugh loudly. He glanced at Qing Yaojin and the others, angering Qing Yaojin so much that he wanted to beat someone up. King have so many spoils of war in the residence, and you're giving them money? CK your second uncle. You're King embarrassing Lao Tzu. Xing Yu and the others couldn't help but squint their eyes and give their sons meaningful looks. Dugo was the third person to stand up after Li Qingxian sat down. At this time, Dugo solemnly bowed to Zhang Feng and said, Brother Zhang Feng, although we called each other brothers before, I owe you a debt of gratitude for teaching me. Therefore, today, this student found a copy of the great scholar Kai Pa's calligraphy from my collection of ancient books. Firstly, it's a congratulatory gift, and secondly, it's a congratulatory gift to you, Miss Yuyao, and Miss Jingshu. As he spoke, Dugo took out a bamboo scroll wrapped tightly in silk under everyone's astonished gazes. When Li Shimin saw the bamboo scroll, his eyes couldn't help but stare. He also had a preference in this aspect. Being a civil and martial scholar was something that every emperor liked to do. However, Kai Pa's authentic work had been lost for a long time. Where did this brat come from? Li Shimin couldn't help but look suspiciously at Du Ruhui. It seemed that it was time to visit Du Ruhui's residence. There were so many good things, but he still cried all day. Poor. Was this called poor? When Jingshu saw the bamboo scroll wrapped in silk, although no one could tell what she was thinking, her sparkling eyes and the rapidly jumping pearls on her earrings showed how excited she was. As for Fang Xianling and the others, their eyes were burning. Zhang Feng pursed his lips. Although this was a good thing, it wasn't practical. Forget it, this was the first valuable thing the academy had. When the time came, who would dare to say that the academy didn't have a foundation? Lao Tzu would show them this plaything. This was the invisible realm of acting tough. Feng Zi, these are some of the works that my father obtained in Tubo. I heard that these are the collected ancient books of the great scholars of the previous dynasty, as Zhang Sun presented the gifts to them. At this time, Zhang Feng's collection of books in White Deer College was at least a cart's worth. What made Zhang Feng the happiest wasn't Li Qingxian's scimitar, but a piece of meteoric iron. It was a piece of meteoric iron that Zhang Sun presented to them. Motherf asterisk Ker, if this thing was made into a saber, then it would really be able to cut through iron as if it was mud. Not only that, there was a type of ore inside, which they called the five-colored stone. This plaything was a good material for making ice. With this thing, drinking a can of cold beer on a hot summer day would be exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 532. With Qing Chimo taking the lead, Li Shimin and the others could no longer sit still. Li Shimin searched his body for a while, and finally gave Zhang Feng a jade pendant from his waist. Fengzi, Laoli, I didn't prepare anything good today. I only have a jade pendant with me today. I'll give it to you. Don't. Zhang Feng didn't know much about jade. But this jade pendant was engraved with the word Tang on the front and a coiling dragon on the back. In the middle of the coiling dragon was the word Li. The material of the jade was mutton fat jade. Although it didn't look like much, it was a dragon. What the hell, he didn't know much about jade. But this dragon, was it the standard item of all merchants in the Tang dynasty? Because he saw that Li Gan, Old Sun, and the others all had such a thing on them. He had also seen it by accident. He didn't take a closer look before, but now that he was holding it in Li Shimin's hand, he instantly felt that it was extraordinary. Old Sun and the others regarded this thing as a treasure. He didn't even want to see it before, but now Lao Li was giving it to him. Looking at the envious and shocked eyes of Old Sun and the others, Zhang Feng didn't dare to accept it. This thing was clearly an extremely precious item. No, Lao Li, you can't accept this thing. You can't accept it. Are we brothers? Li Shimin stared at him. This is something we used to travel outside the border in the early years. We don't need it now, but this thing is very meaningful. So, I'll give it to you. As long as you have this, at least you can go in and out of Chang'an city freely. Zhang Feng was suspicious when he heard this. I was wondering what this was. It turns out that this thing is an exit permit? Zhang Feng muttered as he played with the jade pendant. Qing Yaojin choked and almost spat out a mouthful of wine on Zhang Sun Wuji's face. This is a damn jade pendant for entering and leaving the palace. Motherf asterisk Ker, Qing Yaojin's eyes turned red when he saw Zhang Feng casually put it into his arms. He could only drink in silence. Qing Chimo and the others couldn't take it anymore. How long had they been watching this scene? They could only sneak a peek at this thing when their father was asleep. If he dared to touch it when his father woke up, it would be a blessing from the heavens if his legs weren't broken. What is this? This was a permit to enter and exit the forbidden area of the imperial palace. In the entire Tang dynasty, there were only a handful of people who possessed it. Let's go out and propose a toast to the neighbors. Qing Chimo finally couldn't stand Zhang Feng's actions. He slapped Zhang Suan's straight face and dragged Wei Shuyu out. Jing Shu also drank Zhang Feng's beer at this time, but now that she drank a bamboo tube, her cheeks were red. Prince Zhang, I don't have anything valuable, but seeing you and Mr. Li and the others like this, I can't help but want to play a song. Can I? Okay. I've long heard that Miss Jingshu's zither music is unparalleled in the world. I didn't expect to be able to bask in Fengzi's glory today. To be able to listen to a song is also a blessing in life. Li Shimin didn't wait for Zhang Feng to speak and cupped his fists. He knew Jingshu. He had seen her before. Naturally, he also knew that Jingshu knew their identities. At this time, Li Shimin pointed to the scroll of Kai Pa's original work that Zhang Feng had casually placed on the table and said, if Miss Jingshu can play a song today, then I'll give this to you on behalf of Fengzi. Also, I, Lao Li, will choose another day to give you a gift. How about it? Jingshu heard this and secretly glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and laughed. He pushed the scroll in front of him in front of Jingshu, which meant that he agreed. Li Shimin saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Jingshu pursed her lips and said, thank you very much, Mr. Li. As they spoke, Jingshu got into position in the middle of the small tavern. The imperial guards were tactful. They got a Hu merchant's blanket from somewhere and laid it on the ground. They even made space in the middle and placed a table, an incense burner, and some gauze curtains. At this time, Jingshu began to play. Ding! Dong! Then, a melodious tune sounded. Everyone inside and outside the small tavern couldn't help but put down their chopsticks and look sideways. Listen! Miss Jingshu is playing the zither. Bah! This is obviously Madame Zhang. Damn, then where did you put my young lady? Are you looking down on our Zhang mansion? Good, very good, our Zhang mansion will remember you from now on. Brother. Don't be like this, Zhang Feng's official wife is Miss Yuyao, but this Jingshu is also Zhang Feng's wife, right? This, damn, anyway, Lao Tzu will remember you, why are you quarreling? If you quarrel again, Lao Tzu will break your legs. Ching Chimo listened to them to his heart's content and squatted at the corner of the small tavern to drink. However, when he heard the quarrel, he couldn't help but get angry. This roar instantly made everyone shut their mouths obediently. Zhang Shan looked at Ching Chimo and the others, then looked at Li Shimin and the others who were dressed and had extraordinary bearings, and then looked at Jing Shu. He could not help but sigh. Although the heavens have not given me a son, they have given me a good son-in-law. I, Zhang Shan, have no regrets in this life. Come, everyone, on behalf of Zhang Feng, I thank you all for coming. Let's drink. What could Li Shimin say? Although the marriage between the Zhang mansion and Zhang Feng was not set in stone yet, the news had already spread like wildfire. What else could he do? He could only stand up and raise his bamboo tube. Come, let's drink to the Tang dynasty and Zhang Feng. Chapter 533. Jing Shu was playing High Mountain and Flowing Water. Although the majority of them were rough men, the feelings within the zither music, as well as the unique state, still caused everyone to be intoxicated by it. Zhang Yuyao didn't go far. She just stubbornly leaned against the corner not far away and watched Zhang Feng's every move in the small tavern. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it was also very conservative. Especially for a woman who had never left the attic, what did it mean to sneak out today? Although Zhang Yuyao also knew that Jingshu was seen by Zhang Feng, so what? Which man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Some men even had groups of wives and concubines. This was a common thing in the Tang dynasty. And she wouldn't cry with Zhang Feng because of Jingshu. As soon as she left the house today, she saw Jingshu coming from Chang'an University, so the two of them walked together. Jingshu kept calling her sister, so Zhang Yuyao couldn't help but let down the last bit of guard in her heart. Maybe this was women. They could become good sisters with a single sentence, but they could also become mortal enemies because of a single sentence. But at least at this time, Zhang Yuyao was sure that she couldn't beat Jingshu. But with Jingshu by Zhang Feng's side, she didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, she felt a little relieved. At the very least, Jingshu had promised her that she would go to her residence to look for her every 3 to 5 days. That was enough. Although she also knew that Zhang Feng might not get married in a short time, it was the matchmaker's word and the parents' order. Moreover, she came in front of so many people today. Although Zhang Feng didn't refuse, it meant that Zhang Feng actually acquiesced. This was the thought of women in the Tang dynasty. Once it was decided, it would be a matter of life. At this time, along with the quiet sound of the zither, the melodious sound continued to spread. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, touched his arm and asked, Fengzi, when are you going to marry both of them? Zhang Feng was stunned by Li Shimin's question. Don't play dumb, boy. You see, whether it's Jingshu or Zhang Yuyao, they are both rare and talented women. Look at you today. If you didn't have your father-in-law to run errands for you, would you be so comfortable? This person. You have to have a root, or you won't be at ease. Li Shimin said sincerely. Zhang Feng was silent. Li Shimin's words touched his sore spot. He had been in the Tang dynasty for so long. It would be a lie to say that he was not lonely. If he didn't have a temper with Lao Li and others, he really didn't want to get in touch with people. When the neighbors looked at him, they either had the attitude of an elder, worrying about this and that for him, or they were respectful and obedient. The slavery system bent the backs of all the people in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Zhang Feng was also annoyed. He simply didn't want to go out of the small tavern, or he would be annoyed. At this time, facing the major event of his life, Zhang Feng was silent for the first time. He thought seriously and said, "Lao Li, I'll think about this matter. Let's wait a little longer. After all, I've said before that I have to start a career first, then start a family. You also know my abilities. If I'm targeted by bad people, won't I implicate my family? Therefore, in a situation where I don't feel safe, I can't get married. At least, I won't think about it for the next 3 years. 3 years later, when my White Deer College has improved, I can enter the imperial court with these students and become officials. Think about it, at that time, a school with dozens of jinshi. What kind of shock will that cause? At that time, when you enter the imperial court as an official, the official position conferred by the emperor will at least not be lower than a 5th rank official, right? At that time, when you're preparing to get married, what do you think this is? This is what it means to bring honor to your ancestors. 3 years, Li Shimin shook his head. If he was willing, not to mention a 5th rank official, even the imperial court's assistant would be nothing. However, he didn't want to lose Zhang Feng. However, 3 years, in other words, he could only be brothers with Zhang Feng for 3 years? Li Shimin was a little disappointed, but on second thought, with Zhang Feng's character, even if he knew, what did it matter? This kid was originally careless and wasn't bound by the current etiquette. Among them, there was the old Xiuzai, Jingshu, Li Qingxian and the others by his side. The matter of his identity being exposed might happen at any time. Therefore, Li Shimin had thought it through. This matter couldn't be forced. At the very least. At that time, with Zhang Feng's ability, it was possible to build a city on the same scale as Chang'an city on Mount Shao. At that time, even if his identity was exposed, what did it matter? At that time, Zhang Feng would have already become the lord of a city. Although he wouldn't enter the imperial court as an official, at least there would be a lot less complicated things. When the time came, it would be up to Li Shimin to confer the title of a king or a marquis. At that time, perhaps they could still be brothers. However, this was all in the future. Li Shimin couldn't help smiling. I'm thinking too much. By the way, now that the imperial edict has been issued, why do I feel that you're not happy? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. How can I be happy? Although the imperial edict has been issued, it's still an imperial order, and it's still unknown how many people will come. Chapter 534. Chang'an city was very big. People in the East Market basically knew that there was an extraordinary person in Tonghui Lane. They also heard about it in the West Market. But there were still some people who didn't know about it. For example, Yongyang Lane. This place was located at the very edge of Chang'an city. It was basically a place where few people would come to. It was the kind of place where slaves gathered. In addition to the high walls and big tiles built by the government on the main street, behind these high walls, endless shacks formed the main style of Yongyang Lane. It was also jokingly called Shack Lane by the people who lived here. It was also called a pigsty by outsiders. It couldn't be helped. Those who could live here were basically slaves. Moreover, they were all old people who couldn't leave this place. At this time, in Yongyang Lane, near the corner of the city wall, there was a house made of bamboo and weeds. It could be considered a house. A man in his 20s was holding a notice in his hand. He was wearing a Confucian robe that had been washed so many times that it was starched white. It was even a little yellow, and it seemed like it would rot and tear at the slightest force. This notice was the imperial edict that the emperor announced in Zhangfeng Tavern today. Free. Free. Free tuition. The young man was so excited that his whole body was trembling. His name was Ma Zhou. He had been in Chang'an for 3 years in order to pursue his studies. In these 3 years, he had raised horses for others, done odd jobs, and even worked as a study companion for a wealthy family to make a living. However, there was one thing he would do every day, and that was to send letters of recommendation everywhere. Although the imperial examination system was used in the Tang dynasty, the imperial examination at this time still required recommendations. In these 3 years, he grew from a hothead who didn't know anything and only cared about his dreams to a mediocre person who had to make a living every day. It wasn't easy for him to settle down in the government office. In this place where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, he built a shelter with his own hands. However, the thought of studying still lingered in his heart. Although on the day of the opening ceremony of Chang'an University, he still rushed forward without hesitation despite the risk of being kicked out by the host family. But he couldn't get in. This was because he was not wearing a Confucian robe. He was only wearing the clothes of a servant. With great difficulty, he used the money he had saved up for 3 years to exchange for a set of Confucian robes in the black market. Although it was a bit shabby, it was still a Confucian robe. However, he received the news that the academy in Chang'an named university had closed. Ma Zhou couldn't help but despair. He was about to reach 30 years old. When would this matter end? However, just as he was about to leave Chang'an in despair and travel to Shandong to see if he could join the Shandong gentry, someone took pity on him and tore a piece of paper from the bulletin board and gave it to him. What is this? The heavens didn't forsake him. Ma Zhou's eyes reddened as he held the notice. Kid, Tonghui Lane is bustling with noise and excitement today. The shopkeeper of the tavern, who is also the head of the White Deer College, is holding a banquet for guests. I heard that in addition to the 4 great demons of Chang'an, there are also a few well-known wealthy people celebrating. If you want to go and become a disciple, now is the time. An old man squatting beside Ma Zhou said as he weaved straw sandals and pulled hay from Ma Zhou's thatched hut. Although the roof of the thatched hut was almost bald because of the old man, Ma Zhou didn't care. He hurriedly wanted to take the notice, but when he picked it up, he couldn't help but hesitate. Old man Lu, are you sure that head Zhang is holding a banquet for guests in Tonghui Lane? How can it be fake? You just have to walk out of this shack and go to the streets to take a look. Anyone who goes today will be able to eat a full belly. This old man just ate water. Before the old man could finish his long-winded speech, Ma Zhou had already rushed out. This was an opportunity. Although he might not be able to attract the attention of others now, if he could meet Zhang Feng today, perhaps this would be an opportunity. However, when he rushed to Tonghui Lane and saw that the streets were filled with banquets, he couldn't help but be stunned. Although it was still summer, everyone was wearing new clothes that they were only willing to wear for the new year. Although the clothes were very thick, and everyone was grinning and sweating profusely, what was this? This was their face. They were people from Tonghui Fang, and today, such a big thing had happened in Tonghui Fang. How could they embarrass Zhang Fengshe? When they saw Ma Zhou arrive, the old village chief, who was in charge of welcoming guests under the willow tree outside the lane, cupped his hands in salute. Please, please come in. Come in. As he spoke, he pulled Ma Zhou inside. Although Ma Zhou's clothes were shabby, in this era, anyone who could wear a scholarly robe would be respected. However, Ma Zhou hesitated. He smelled the tempting fragrance in the air. It was a fragrance that he hadn't smelled when he was a page boy in the house of a rank 7 official. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Student Ma Zhou is here to pay a visit to Mr. Zhang Feng, but, forget it, I'll come another day. Chapter 535. Ma Zhou retreated. It wasn't because he didn't want to eat something he couldn't even see on a normal day, but because of his pride. It was the pride of a scholar. He didn't want to see Zhang Feng when he was eating in such an environment. So he left. In a mansion not far from Tonghui Lane. Although this mansion couldn't be compared to the mansions of the high-ranking officials in Chang'an city where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, it was still considered well-off in Chang'an city. There were 2 words hanging above the mansion. Qian Mansion. The owner was a pawnshop owner from Chang'an West City, Qian Yun. At this moment, angry roars could be heard from within the house. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. If you dare to go to White Deer College, Lao Tzu will break your legs today. Father. What's wrong with White Deer College? This. What's wrong with it? F***ck your grandpa. Why don't you take a look at what you're learning? Learn from a chef? Bricklayer? Pig rearing? If you dare to go, Lao Tzu will immediately go to the Chang'an and local government to sever all ties with you. Father. Get lost. If you want to go to the college, Lao Tzu from the Imperial College spent 1,000 strings of coins to bribe his connections. What's wrong with that? Do you have to go to White Deer College? Is your head squashed by the door? Master. Wanli is, get lost. He's where he is today because of you. Uf***ker, Wanli is where he is today because you spoiled him. Someone come. From today onwards, lock the young master in his room. Without my permission, no one is allowed to let him out. Ah. Oh my God. What sin have I committed? Wanli, what's wrong with you? You. In the mansion, the mournful cries could be heard from afar. At the entrance of a house, there were large locks and wooden boards blocking the entrance of a room. A woman in a purple-black robe was pounding the ground and crying. Inside the door, there was complete silence. The woman pounded the ground and pressed her ear against the door to listen for any movement. When she heard that there was no sound in the room, she cried even louder. Son. Don't take things too hard, that bastard Qian Tong isn't human. This is your own son. You can even bear to lock him up. It's good that my son is fine. If anything happens to him, I'll burn your house down. Mother, I'm fine. You should get up first. Your body is weak. Don't catch a cold. At this moment, a young man's voice sounded in the room. When the woman heard this, she hurriedly knelt on the ground and pressed her face against the wooden door. Son, you must not take things too hard. In this world, mother only has you left. If you take things too hard, how can you let mother live like this? Inside the room, a young man in a green and white robe leaned against the door and said indifferently, Mother, it's good that father did this. Although he doesn't think highly of White Deer College, it's just the beginning. When the time comes, he will definitely let me out. The young man spoke very confidently. Looking at the notice, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a burning light. His name was Qian Wanli. Hearing this, the woman outside the door whispered worriedly again, Son, don't mention that place again. It's not a place we should go to. You don't know, but I've heard that it's a place prepared for those slaves and the 4 great devils. I've heard that those stubborn people in Chang'an city have been forcibly sent there. Think about it, what can a bunch of stubborn people do? That's a fire pit. Don't mention it again. Okay. Qian Wanli didn't refute, which was rare. Although he wasn't a stubborn person, he had a few good friends who were in that circle. He had heard that those stubborn people were basically the sons of those high-ranking officials. How bad could a place where even the sons of high-ranking officials could go? Moreover, it was a place that the emperor valued so much. He didn't believe it. He had also run a money house and pawn shop with his father for a period of time. He was really fascinated by the so-called finance. Moreover, how could the place where the 4 great demon kings were located be an ordinary place? He had long wanted to see the stubborn upper circle, but those people didn't want to be associated with them. But now? This was an opportunity. What would it be like in 3 years? What would the bank's business be like then? The 4 demon kings all had considerable properties in Chang'an city. If he could get in touch with them, how far would the Qian family's properties go? Not to mention, after 3 years, if he could make some achievements in a certain field, he could go to the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Agriculture, or even the Ministry of Civil Affairs. That would be the real transformation of a chicken into a phoenix. This was an opportunity. This was an opportunity to jump from a lowly businessman to a high-ranking person. Who didn't have dreams? Who didn't have expectations for the future? Naturally, Qian Wanli had them too. Therefore, even if he had to fall out with his family this time, he would go, even if he had to sever all ties with his father. His intuition told him that the future of White Deer College would definitely make the entire Tang dynasty tremble. Because before it was built, it was already on par with the Imperial College of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 536. Quick! The Imperial Edict is here. Let's go. I heard that the Emperor issued an Imperial Edict in Chang'an. He said that a new White Deer College was built outside Chang'an. He said that anyone who goes to the college will be admitted for free. What? Is there such a good thing? That's right. Just a private school alone costs 100 strings of coins a year. Not everyone is qualified to go. What is this White Deer College in Chang'an trying to do? How can ordinary people like us get involved with it? Yes. I heard that the Emperor has issued an Imperial Edict. It's being posted everywhere in the Luozhou government office. I also heard about it when I entered the city with the caravan. I heard that the college's classes are amazing. It hasn't been built yet, but it's already on the same level as that Imperial College. Have you heard about this Imperial College? In front of a tea stall in the Luozhou government office, a naked man was rubbing his toes while holding a bowl and drinking tea in large mouthfuls. More and more people gathered around him. Not only the ordinary people, but also some merchants could not help but stop and watch. They did not believe that such a college existed in the world. Not only was it free, but it was also helping the ordinary people. The sun must have risen from the west. Burly man, is what you said true? When the burly man heard this, he wiped the sweat off his face and flung it away. Instantly, the crowd could not help but step back. The burly man glared at him. How can this be false? You all know who my boss is, right? He's the Duke of Chen. A few days ago, he set off from Chang'an to deliver some goods back to Luozhou. Along the way, he met someone from the palace. When my boss asked, I happened to be taking a dump in the thatch not far away. That's why I heard it for real. If you don't believe me, you can go to the government office and take a look. It's probably crowded with people now. Hearing the burly man's words, everyone could not sit still. Although everyone somewhat believed the words of the burly man, they couldn't help but choose not to believe the man's sloppy appearance. After all, this fellow was 2F** king disgusting. More and more people heard the news. There were more and more people rushing to the entrance of the mansion. Why? Because they were poor. Moreover, if he wanted to get rid of his poverty, he could only go to the study hall. Now, such a great thing had actually happened. How could this not make them seethe with excitement? The bartender of the tavern couldn't take it anymore. He threw away the triangular hat on his head and ran away. The strong men who worked as coolies in other taverns couldn't take it anymore. They all ran towards the entrance of the mansion like crazy. Basically, after hearing the news of the Imperial Edict, every family with a young adult or a 12-year-old child hurriedly ran to the gate of the manor. Although they couldn't read the words, there were people here who could read them. You only need to give them a coin, and they will tell you everything clearly. As for the person who paid the money and got the real news, he ran away with a giddy face. As he ran home, he was grinning from ear to ear. My family is going to have a top scholar. Ha ha ha, my son has finally made a comeback. God bless, my family finally has a good seedling. And in the house of a certain village outside Luozhou city. At this moment, an old man and a young man were squatting in the shade of the mud brick courtyard, weaving straw mats and bamboo baskets. On the wall behind them and in the courtyard, there were piles of woven baskets and bamboo products. There were grasshopper-like trinkets. There were also bamboo lanterns and so on. However, it seemed that business wasn't good. Many of the bamboo products were densely packed with black things. However, this was the livelihood of the family. Although the things in the courtyard could be sold for a lot of money, the things in front of them were only enough to feed the family. Old Lai, head of the family, something big has happened. Something big has happened. At this moment, on the plains not far away, a woman carrying a large basket hurried over. The middle-aged man named Old Lie's hand paused. In an instant, a bamboo strip pierced into his thumb. Old Lie raised his dark face full of frowns and angrily glared at the woman. He roared, "Damn woman, it's not even noon yet. How many baskets have you sold? You're back already?" Old Lie exploded with anger. He almost picked up the hatchet beside him. The young man squatting beside Old Lie, named Lai Ji, glanced at the woman in puzzlement. He lowered his head and continued weaving the bamboo characters in his hands. The woman not far away waved her hands even more vigorously. She seemed to be afraid of the middle-aged man. The woman was not old. She was about 30 years old. However, under the whips of life, her face was full of vicissitudes. Her face was full of fly droppings, which made her look even older. "Head of the family, something big has happened, something big has happened. Today, I heard that the emperor in the imperial palace gave us a great benefit." Old Lie, who had already raised his hatchet, was startled when he heard this. "What benefit? Is the rent waived this year? Or is it food?" While they were talking, the woman had already come to Old Lie's side. Without saying anything, she threw away the basket on her shoulder and knelt on the ground. She hugged Lai Ji and cried, "Son! My Lai family's ancestral grave is finally smoking. You can go to the school that the emperor personally ordered to open to study." Chapter 537. Lai Ji was 17 years old this year. He once dreamed of being like the scholars in the city, wearing clothes that would make the girls in the brothels in Luozhou scream in fright. But he was poor. He was so poor that all he had left was to weave and sell baskets all day. It was fine in the past. His father got married when he was old and had him when he was 40 years old. Previously, when he saw that the cooperative was established, good days were coming. His father wanted him to go to school, but he didn't expect that a plague of locusts would cause so much trouble that there was nothing left. He couldn't even afford the rent this year. He had also made plans with a few of his good friends to become officials together when the time came. Hao Chu-jun was especially happy. However, because of a plague of locusts, everyone seemed to have met with disaster. However, Lai Ji was a little confused when his mother suddenly hugged him and cried, "Mother, what's wrong with you? Old woman, what are you talking about? Speak properly. Go make a bowl of porridge for your mother." Oh. Lai Ji remembered that his mother had left early in the morning after cooking porridge. It was already past noon, so she must be hungry. He hurriedly wanted to leave, but Madame Lai hugged him. "No, I'm not hungry. Now, from today onwards, don't do such vulgar things." Old Lai's eyes widened when he heard that. "Old woman, if you don't explain yourself today, Lao Tzu will skin you alive. Come on. Come on. Come on if you have the ability. You only know how to weave baskets. Do you want your son to be like you in the future? Look, what's this?" This was the first time in 17 years that Madame Lai was angry. She even threw a ball of crumpled stuff at Old Lai's face. Old Lai couldn't recognize words. He was stunned when he saw the densely packed words and a red thing. He recognized this thing. It was the thing that was posted at the city gate or the entrance of the government office. But, old woman, what's this? Tell me. Lai Shi sobbed as she hugged Lai Ji and cried loudly. Early this morning, someone came from the palace. I heard that His Majesty had decreed that all the children from poor families should go to the academy in Chang'an to study. He also said that they would not need to pay and would be provided with food. When they graduate in 3 years, they could be given an official position. At the very least, they would be able to work in the royal family's industry. For this, I spent a copper coin to find out more about it. Old Lai automatically filtered out the 1 copper coin. Although that 1 copper coin was basically a family's daily rations, what about now? Compared to a single copper coin, he was willing to let go of this opportunity to let his only son and his old Lai family rise to prominence. Old woman, you talk nicely. I'll get you some rice. Have some food first. Slow down. Oh right, chicken, you mother asterisk cur, go buy some offerings and kill an old hen. Later, we'll go to the ancestral grave to worship our ancestors. He was ecstatic in his old age. Even when he walked, there was wind behind him. My son is going to be an official. My son is going to rise to prominence. Ha ha ha, my Lai family is finally going to have a great talent. Ha ha ha, so old father was right. My Lai family really did have a great talent. Lai Ji was speechless. But this matter really had a huge impact on him. So much so that he wanted to go to the city immediately to see if what his mother said was true. Moreover, he wanted to find Hao Chu-jun and the others immediately to see if they would go. Perhaps they knew about this matter. But before he went out, he met Hao Chu-jun and the others who were hurrying over. Lai Ji. What are you doing? Quickly pack your things. We're going to Chang'an. Brother Lai Ji, good luck has fallen from the sky. Ha ha ha, it's really good luck. There's a White Deer College in Chang'an City. Do you know about it? Let's go. Although the construction of that place hasn't started yet, the emperor has issued an imperial edict. What does this mean? This means that the emperor has set his sights on this place. Then, we'll be able to become officials. The three of them ran breathlessly to the Lai family as they ran. Their voices were heard by Lai Ji's father immediately. Hearing this, Lai Ji's father hurriedly turned around and handed the wad of paper in his hand to Hao Chu-jun. Look at this. Are you sure this is Li Erlang's imperial edict? Hao Chu-jun nodded without looking. Yes, it's exactly this. Now, the entire Luozhou city is filled with this thing. I even heard that this thing. Ha ha ha, it's true. This woman didn't lie to me. My Lai family is finally going to have someone who can read and write and can become an official. Ha ha ha. After receiving the affirmation from Hao Chu-jun and the others, Lai Ji's father danced like a madman. Woman, quickly go and get me a jar of wine. I want to drink wine today. Oh right, cook those pickled wild rabbit meat for me. Today is our family's new year. Lai Ji felt that everything had gone crazy today. Old father had gone crazy. Old mother had gone crazy. Hao Chu-jun and the others had gone crazy. Even he had gone crazy. Why did all of this seem so unreal to him? Was there really such a good thing in this world? Chapter 538. Hezhou. It was close to the border of Tuyuan. It was also the place that suffered the most from the locust plague. There were Qinling Mountains above and Ba Mountain below. On the right was Qilian Mountain, which was separated from Tuyuan. It was like a basin that covered the damned locusts. The people inside couldn't get out, and the people outside couldn't get in. Fortunately, Li Lao was wrong. It was the current emperor who thought of a clever idea to save Hezhou from a terrible situation. However, after the locusts left, what else was there on the ground except for the soil? On the originally fertile land, the sturdy farmers were all gone. Even the leaves on the trees were all bald. All of a sudden, this fertile place turned into a desolate place. There wasn't even much grain stored here. This was because there were places nearby that produced grain, and the new grain was about to be harvested. The old grain in the storehouse had already been sold long ago. Or turned over to the treasury. At this moment, on the streets of Hezhou City, the people were huddled on both sides of the street listlessly. They stared at the road, waiting for something. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. At this moment, the sound of gongs rang out incessantly on the street, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The emperor has issued an imperial edict. Everyone, come out and listen to the imperial edict. There's an academy in Chang'an. Not only is it free, but it will also provide meals. From 12 years old to 30 years old, all of you can enroll in Chang'an and White Deer College. Come, everyone, come out. The emperor has issued a great news. Come out, as the bailiffs of the Hezhou provincial governor's office shouted in the streets and alleys of Hezhou, everyone understood. After the crowd was stunned for a moment, the young men couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Oh my God! No wonder I had a dream last night. I dreamed of becoming a geneshur. So it's F*King real. F*CK, there's such a good thing for free? No, listen carefully. Why is that academy different from what we heard? Didn't they say that the academy only teaches literacy? Why are there so many tricks? The young and strong men who were standing under the archway discussed and were instantly dumbfounded. He hurriedly chased after the magistrate and asked, Sir, what's going on? Wasn't this school a place to study? Why are there so many paths? I don't know. But I heard that this thing is clearly written in the imperial edict. Not only can you learn how to cook with this thing, you can even enter the imperial kitchen and cook for the emperor. If you can learn other skills well, you can even work in the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Agriculture. With the Yamen runner's explanation, everyone finally understood. All of them widened their eyes. So, this isn't an academy either. However, the man glared and threw a notice at the young man's face. Look for yourself. If you don't study and can't read, do you think His Majesty would spend so much effort to think of you? You still have to read this book. Otherwise, when you enter the palace and the emperor gives you something, how can you survive in the palace if you don't understand it? While speaking, the Yamen runner left. There were too many people around, and he was annoyed. However, the people who stayed were all dumbfounded. All of them widened their eyes and looked at each other. What does this mean? This academy is a place to cultivate talents for the palace? Damn it. That's a good job. And the emperor didn't mention his identity. That is to say, whether it's us slaves or those children of high officials and dignitaries, they can all go there? A smart person said so. In an instant, everyone's eyes couldn't help but burn. What was this? This was the emperor's son who took pity on them. If they didn't go, wouldn't they be letting down the emperor's love? Moreover, this kind of good luck might not happen again in the future. Moreover, he didn't say anything else. He would provide food for them. That was enough. For the poor people, as long as they were given food, they would be willing to dig feces for them. And it was to dig feces for the palace. In the middle of the crowd, there was a strong, dark-skinned young man who was taller than a normal person. He listened to the crowd, but he only remembered 2 words in his mind. Provide food. Involuntarily, a burning light burst out from the young man's innocent eyes. Father. I'm going to the academy. I'm going to study in Chang'an. We're going to have a martial scholar in our family. The innocent young man ran all the way out of the gate of River State City, and then rushed toward a forest. In the forest not far away, a hunter was holding 3 pheasants under his arm and slowly walking down the mountain. At this moment, he heard a roar. When the hunter heard that, he couldn't help but move his ears. That was the voice of his son. He couldn't help but shout, "Monkey, what are you doing?" "I'm here." In the distance, the hunter saw a small black dot jumping under a tree. He saw the small black dot looking at him, waving the green foxtail grass in his hand and shouting, "Father." Lao Tzu is going to study in Chang'an. Chapter 539. Chang'an City was surprisingly quiet these days. The expected crowded scene didn't happen. Not to mention Go, Z and the others, even the old Xiuzai, old He, and the others did not come to the tavern. Other than going to work in the winery next door, they were all in a hurry to go home. This made Chingchumo and the others confused. They were dumbfounded. Like fools, they squatted in front of the tavern and looked at the people who came and went. At this time, Chingchumo and the others were covered with mud. The construction site of Daoshan Academy had started. In the past 3 days, Li Qingxian personally found a top feng shui master, Yuan Tiangang, to go to Daoshan Mountain to see the feng shui. It was amazing. Yuan Tiangang just didn't stop talking. Tut, 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 it's amazing. This place is not as good as the dragon vein, but it is in the belly of the dragon. It belongs to the terrain surrounded by the dragon. This terrain can produce talents. But Chingchumo and the others just stared with their eyes wide open, unable to see what was so good about this godforsaken place. There was no family here. How could this be a place for talents? This was clearly a place for talents, okay? But this was not right. There was not even a grave around. How could this be a good place? But who was Yuan Tiangang? The number one faker in the Tang dynasty. No, he was the number one faker in the Tang dynasty. If he could say so, it made sense. Otherwise, why would the emperor keep him in the palace? After choosing the location, Chingchumo simply sent out 3,000 city guards stationed outside Chang'an city. They all came to chop trees. In one day, except for a few big trees that needed more than 3 people to hug, all the trees were cut down. At this time, the construction team that Li Qingxian found before also hurried to the new battlefield. However, Zhang Feng locked himself in the room and didn't come out as if he had been possessed. It was obvious that he was drawing the layout of the new college. Was there a need for a layout? In Chingchumo's words, he just needed to build a house according to the size of the Imperial College or Chang'an city. This place was at least 50,000 mu. However, what he gave Chingchumo was a pair of supercilious eyes, a smirk on the back of his head, and the word idiot. This made Chingchumo and the others even more curious. Wasn't this just an academy? Could it be that there was more to this? At this time, they had returned from the construction site and were already exhausted. But this damned guy actually locked the door of the tavern and hid in the room for God knows what. Do you guys think that Feng Zi and Jingshu are? Zhang Sun Chong put his 2 thumbs together. This caused Dugo to look down on him. Do you think Feng Zi is as lustful as you and Iron Bull? Miss Jingshu is now in the Chang'an Academy. How can he be like you? Zhang Sun Chong rolled his eyes. He rubbed his nose and waved his hand, saying, then tell me, what can Feng Zi do in the room? It can't be that she's hiding and crying because no one came for 3 days, right? I'll cry your ass off. At this time, Zhang Feng's tired voice was heard from the tavern. While they were talking, the door opened. The others couldn't help but poke their heads in and take a look inside. Chingchumo even wrinkled his nose. Li Qingxian gave a fist salute. Feng Zi, the academy is right above the col in the east of Shao Mountain. All the trees have been harvested, and now the craftsmen are laying the foundation. Take a look at this. Here, I'm done. Just tell them to follow this. There are plenty of stones there. Don't be stingy. Zhang Feng interrupted Li Qingxian and threw a piece of paper to Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian frowned when he saw it. On this piece of paper, there were lines drawn in a disorderly manner. Moreover, it seemed to have been drawn on with sharpened charcoal. There were scratches on it. Not only that, although it spoke a lot, overall, one could still roughly tell what it was. It was a circle of walls attached to the mountain. But what was the blank space in the middle? Why weren't the houses connected? Did he want to use a corridor? But that didn't seem right. Li Qingxian and the others stared at the drawing and couldn't help but ask, Feng Zi, why is your drawing the same as the one I built before? Taishan Temple outside the city is a little different. Li Qingxian almost blurted out. Fortunately, there was a temple called Taishan Temple outside Chang'an city. Although it wasn't big, it was on the way to Shao Mountain. It was only built in the last few years. Zhang Feng waved his hand without raising his head and said, you can learn this in the textbooks in the future. This is called architecture. If you have nothing to do, go to the construction site and wander around. Don't stare at this place all day and ponder blindly. Seeing that Zhang Feng had spoken, Chingchumo spread his hands and sat down on the chair, groaning. What's the point of building? The imperial edict has been issued for 3 days. Look at this. Even Guzi and the other bastards don't come. What's the use of this? In my opinion, no, Iron Bull. Zhang Feng shook his head. He looked at the door and said, even if only one person comes, I will teach him. Don't I have you guys? Chapter 540. They could not help but look sullen. This imperial edict basically contained all the words that could be written on it. It was the longest imperial edict they had ever seen in their lives. In the past, the imperial edicts were basically written in thumb-sized fonts. But Zhang Feng's imperial edict, no, it was a pardon to be more precise. Basically, it took him 3 imperial edicts to explain everything he wanted to say clearly. But even so, no one came to ask. They did not know what Zhang Feng was insisting on. Wasn't there an academy in Chang'an? If you can't do it, why don't we buy a piece of land next to the Chang'an academy and build a research institute there? Do we have to go through so much trouble to build such a thing in such a distant place? It would be a miracle if anyone went there. No, Fengzi, it's not that we want to scold you. Look at the streets of Chang'an. Let's not talk about other people. Basically, we can't even see the people who came here last time. Go and take a look at the streets now. Look at Guzi, Zhuzi, and Old He. They all seem to be very busy. What is this? They are all hiding from you. Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard that. No way. In the past few days, he had been thinking about whether to build the academy in the style of the Tang dynasty, or design it according to the style of the 3-story buildings in the future. He really did not pay attention to this matter. Feng Zi, tell me the truth. Is there something wrong with this imperial edict? Or is there something wrong with your teaching philosophy? Although we think this thing is really awesome, you have to know that not everyone will be like us. Li Qingxian reminded him. Zhang Feng could not help but be led astray. This matter was really a little strange. Originally, this set of philosophy was developed by combining the current atmosphere of the Tang dynasty, the system of slavery, and the way of technical schools. Logically speaking, this thing should be very popular. Why did no one come? Li Gan, have you guys heard any news recently? Li Qingxian spread out his hands and smiled bitterly. It's good to hear someone scolding you. But the strange thing is that it's as if no one knows about this matter. No one mentions it at all. Not only that, when everyone sees us, it's as if we're the gods of plague. Just who did we offend? Wei Shiyu also complained, not only that, didn't we pull in a lot of stubborn disciples before? Now, this group of bastards didn't even want to go to Chang'an academy. They were either pretending to be sick, or they were taken away by people from their mansions. They said that their son was stubborn and unworthy of entering the academy. When Zhang Feng heard this, he could not help but be dumbfounded. What was going on? How did everything become like this? Could it be that Lao Tzu had miscalculated? The people of this era indeed had a deep-rooted ideology, which was that everything was inferior, and only reading was superior. But wasn't there someone teaching in Lao Tzu's academy? Was this necessary? *CK thinking about it carefully, could it be those things about finance and chefs? That's right. Mother *Ker, Lao Tzu forgot one thing. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered something. That was because the people of this era looked down upon the most were the butchers and merchants. Lao Tzu actually forgot about this. However, Zhang Feng knew what kind of sensational effect it would cause in the Tang dynasty once these people finished their apprenticeship in the future. It could be said that it would change the overall food style of the Tang dynasty, and the overall trade of the Tang dynasty. But the premise was that how could this be accepted by people? Zhang Feng read the emperor's imperial edict carefully 3 times and was sure that there was nothing wrong with it. Then where did the problem come from? Zhang Feng took out the imperial edict again and studied it carefully. Then, he made up his mind and said, *CK, Lao Tzu doesn't care anymore. No one will come. You guys better be careful. Whoever graduates from Chang'an University is not allowed to step into Lao Tzu's academy for the rest of their lives. No one will come, right? Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. If no one comes, Lao Tzu will come and show them how Lao Tzu will make all of you jinshi in 3 years. When the time comes, 5 jinshi in one school. I think, not to mention the Tang dynasty, even if it was 100 years ago and 100 years later, no one could do it except for Lao Tzu's academy. Zhang Feng's bold words did not arouse their enthusiasm. However, Qing Chimo sniffed. He elbowed Li Qingxian. Do you think Fengzi is really crazy? 5 jinshi in one school, and Lao Tzu can't even read a few big words. Does he want me to be a jinshi? It wasn't just Qing Chimo himself who didn't believe it. Of the 5 people present, no one believed that Qing Chimo could pass the jinshi exam. But Li Qingxian and Du Go looked at each other. They thought it was impossible at first. But after thinking about it carefully, if it was someone else, it was really impossible. But it was hard to say for this crazy person. However, they knew one thing. In the future, their lives would be really difficult. Chapter 541. As expected, retribution came. After Zhang Feng confirmed that even if only one person came, he would still set up the college. Qing Chimo and the others had a hard time. Zhang Feng hired 3 large carts to transport all the food and clothing from the tavern to the construction site on Shao Mountain. How could he say that he wanted to share the joy with the people? But this time, the heavy responsibility of building a simple temporary residence fell on Li Qingxian and the others. But how could the imperial craftsmen let the crown prince do it? They hurried over to help. Using the chopped wood and the large stone that had just been transported, they mobilized more than 100 people and used half a day to build a house. Although it was rushed, the craftsmen didn't dare to be careless. Under Gan Ziyuan's angry scolding, although it was a temporary residence, it was built according to the standards of the imperial garden. At this moment, Zhang Feng and the others sat in the stone house and instantly felt that it wasn't so hot anymore. The floor was paved with wooden planks. Although stepping on them was like stepping on the planks of a boat, at least it was moisture-proof. Feng Zi, what do you think of this house? Do you want our college to be like this in the future? Li Qingxian looked at Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng curled his lips. It's okay. But you're good. Why are the craftsmen acting like they've taken aphrodisiac? I thought it would take at least 3 days to build this. He originally wanted to give these guys a difficult problem, but he didn't expect them to finish it in half a day. Feng Zi, what do you want to do with our White Deer College? Li Qingxian didn't want to talk about this matter. The more he talked about it, the more likely he would give himself away. He hurriedly changed the topic. If White Deer College is built according to the Imperial College, then this blueprint of yours. I don't understand. Zhang Feng shook his head and sat down beside Li Qingxian. You don't understand this, right? What do you think of our college compared to the Imperial College? We're short of people. No, we lack everything. Not to mention the students, we only have you as a teacher. When the time comes, the Chang'an Academy will need an old shiozai. By the way, Fengzi, how long have you not been to the Chang'an Academy? Du Go wanted to ask something, but when he heard about the Chang'an Academy, he could not help but think of a person. The Crown Prince's junior tutor, Li Gang. He wondered if Zhang Feng knew that this person was in the academy. Zhang Feng scratched the back of his head. Well, aren't I busy? The old scholar didn't say anything, so I didn't go. That is to say, you haven't been to the academy since it opened? TSK, 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 Tisk. Qing Chimo and the others were filled with disdain. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel anxious. Lao Tzu is always thinking about making money. Without money, how can the academy continue? Moreover, they didn't even get Lao Tzu's permission and secretly brought in 30 stubborn people. Lao Tzu said that the academy is yours to run. Do you really think that place is your playground? If it weren't for the old scholar, I think the few of you would have turned Lao Tzu's academy upside down. Zhang Feng directly threw the responsibility to them. He had said long ago that Li Qingxian and the others would be in charge of the Chang'an Academy. Because the academy's original intention was not to run a formal academy. After the emergence of the Academy of Science, Zhang Feng had already given up on that place. No. It could not be said that he had given up. The Chang'an University was not given up. It was left to those bookworms and become the White Deer College's Chang'an office or a courier station. In this way, Chang'an and Shao Mountain would have a connection. However, Zhang Feng did not understand why they were talking about the Chang'an University. He could not help but ask, "Why are you talking about this?" "Well, do you know Li Gang?" "Li Gang?" Zhang Feng heard this and could not help but stare. He looked at Li Qingxian and said, "You mean the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Li Gang?" "Yes." Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He knew this person. In history, he resigned 3 years after Chang'an, and then focused on studying poetry. Before he died, he wrote a total of 3 books. However, why mention Li Gang at this time? What about Li Gang? Didn't we receive news a while ago that Li Gang had resigned from his post? So I used my connections to keep Mr. Li Gang in the Chang'an Academy. This time, it was Zhang Feng's turn to be completely dumbfounded. Li Gang in the academy? And he, as the dean, did not know anything about it? What kind of logic was this? However, this was not what he was thinking about now. What he was thinking about was that in history, Li Gang resigned at the end of the 3rd year of Chang'an. After that, it was the time for Kong Yingda and Lu Deming to shine. However, the problem now was, what time was it now? It was the beginning of July of the 2nd year of Chang'an. Could it be, his appearance had unknowingly accelerated the historical process of the Tang dynasty? No. If that was the case, then everything would have to be sped up. Chapter 542. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng continued to ask, "Then tell me, do you know why Li Gang resigned?" "Well, I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's because he learned about Chang'an University and felt curious. Then, he was moved by our sincerity," Ching Chumo said pretentiously. Zhang Feng curled his lips. But in the end, he could only be defined as an old scholar. Although the old scholar didn't reveal his real identity, he was dressed like a great scholar at the opening ceremony of the academy that day. He also had the ability to make Yu Shinan and the other 3 sign their names on the plaque. He was definitely an old scholar. Zhang Feng thought that with his ability and fame, he couldn't have stood at the entrance of the academy and held the fort. There was only one person who could have done it. The old scholar. He knew that in the Tang dynasty, or in the ancient times, if one wanted to open a school, not only must he have the seal of the government, but also the seal of the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Works, and other departments. There was also an important step, which was to destroy the school. But what about that day? Besides that one person, who else could it be? And after that? Zhang Feng didn't notice all this at first. But now that he thought about it carefully, this old scholar was really awesome. This way, Zhang Feng could leave the old elementary scholar in Chang'an and with peace of mind. Moreover, this made Zhang Feng think that he couldn't be the only teacher in the academy. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death, and he wouldn't be able to cope. The best way was to recruit more people. Not only did he have to recruit students, but he also had to slowly gather some great scholars. With these great people, there was no need to worry about White Deer College not being able to shine in the future. Even though there were only 6 people in the academy, including him, it didn't matter. When the imperial examination came out, there would be 5 scholars. No, once the 6 scholars appeared, they would be a living signboard. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng could not help but have a plan in his mind. Don't worry about Chang'an University for now. Leave it to Mr. Li Gang and the old scholar. I'm not worried. Our main focus now is on White Deer College. Once the college is established, we'll bring them over. Then, the reputation of the college will naturally rise. Seeing Zhang Feng recover from Li Gang's attack so quickly, and in such a casual manner, Li Qingxian and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Originally, they thought that they would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade him to accept Mr. Li Gang's matter. After all, Li Gang's reputation was out there. But he didn't expect Zhang Feng's reaction to be so calm. This wasn't normal. This was the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Li Gang. They wanted to show off to the whole world. Unexpectedly, this guy seemed to have expected it. Their fists punched the air, and it was hard to imagine how uncomfortable it was. However, they didn't investigate the old scholar's background like Lao Tzu did. Or perhaps, they didn't think that the old scholar was in that direction. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to say what happened today even if they were beaten to death. The few of them were rebuffed, but they didn't care. Chang'an said proudly, "Well, Fengzi, I used countless connections these days to get the construction plan of the Imperial College. Although our place is remote, we still have to fix what needs to be fixed. I think that our mountain gate should be as big as the city gate of Chang'an City. Also, the design of our house should be similar to that of the Imperial City." Hearing this, Li Qingxian couldn't help but nod. "Fengzi, Taimyo is right. Leave this matter to me. When the time comes, our college might become famous and the emperor might visit. What if the college isn't grand enough? Although we don't have many people now, once the house is fixed, there will naturally be people. What's wrong with you? You want to make this place into an imperial palace? You're really not afraid of death. Let me tell you, don't worry about this house. I've already thought about it. It's fine to talk about it here, but if those craftsmen hear it, you'll definitely lose your heads." Zhang Feng pointed at them and shouted, as if he hated the fact that they didn't fight for it. He waved his hand and said, "Who said that Lao Tzu's college has no people? Just wait and see. Lao Tzu has already come up with the second set of plans these days. The imperial edict should have played its role. However, the reputation of our Chang'an University is a little, so the people in Chang'an are watching. So, it's time to move on to the second step of the plan." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the few of them looked at each other and couldn't help but be confused. They asked in unison, "What did you think of?" "What did he think of?" "Hee hee." Zhang Feng laughed. In an instant, the few of them couldn't help but stare at him with their eyes. This guy laughed so sinisterly. He must be up to something. This time, Zhang Feng had been holding back for so many days. Could it be that he was really planning this big move? Li Qingxian and the others couldn't help but continue to ask, "Fengzi, tell us, what big move are you planning?" Chapter 543. Li Qingxian and the others had already figured out Zhang Feng's usual tricks. Once this kid chuckled, it was definitely a big move. Once he talked about something seriously, it was basically because he was thinking about it in his heart. Either he was not sure about it, or he was thinking of a way. Once this kid started to show off, it meant that he had already thought of a way to say what he wanted to say. Moreover, it was a big circle. That was why Zhang Feng was smiling so cheekily. Li Qingxian and the others immediately perked up. "Fengzi, you've seen our current situation. There are only 6 of us on this barren mountain. Once these craftsmen leave, this big college will probably be haunted. See. Don't hold it in anymore. Tell us. I want to hear it." Zhang Feng rubbed his hands cheekily and placed a piece of charcoal that had been sharpened into the shape of a pencil on the table. He folded his arms and lay on the tiger-skinned recliner, looking at them. When they saw this, their eyes instantly turned red. "You don't want to tell us? Let's go, let's go. Boring, boring." Sigh. I thought Fengzi would come up with something. That's it? Motherf asterisk cur, this kid is definitely up to no good. Let's go, let's go. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Wait. F asterisk CK, when did Lao Tzu say that he won't tell you? Can't you let Lao Tzu brew for a while? Brew, my ass. As Ching'an spoke, he was about to take off his boots and hit Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng then said, "The locust plague in Chang'an is over, right?" His ambiguous words instantly stunned Li Qingxian and the others. Ching'an raised the smelly boots up high, causing them to sniffle. Zhang Sun rushed over, snatched them, and threw them out. Instantly, the smell in the room became slightly better. One of Ching Chimo's followers picked up the boots for him. Li Qingxian pointed at that person. Scram! That person recognized Li Qingxian. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and ran away. It was 2F** King Smelly. Zhang Feng pinched his nose and looked at Ching Chimo's feet. There was a big black thing in this guy's feet. Zhang Feng's stomach couldn't help but twitch. Ching Chimo didn't feel anything. After taking off his boots, he felt very cool. Sitting on the chair like that, she even raised her leg and shook it. Li Qingxian couldn't take it anymore and slapped Ching Chimo on the head. Go and wash Lao Tzu's feet. Otherwise, you're not allowed to take another step into this house. Ching Chimo ran away with his tail between his legs. He had no choice. Since the crown prince had spoken, how could he dare to defy him? He simply took off his boots and rubbed his feet in the mud at the entrance of the house for a while. He then let a few of his lackeys smell it. After confirming that there was no stench, he ran into the house barefooted. Only then did the smell in the house fade slightly. Zhang Feng let out a long breath and hurriedly ran to the window. He leaned against the window and breathed in the fragrance of the soil. Only then did he say, the locust plague in Chang'an should have passed. However, this period of time is originally the season for the people to harvest their food. But the food in this field. You know it too. Li Qingxian and the rest didn't understand what Zhang Feng was trying to say. They hurriedly asked, then, what does this have to do with our school? It has to do with it. Of course it has to do with it. Zhang Feng said with certainty, long ago, I told your father to stock up. Didn't I get a lot of things from that Jinla King's silly son? I know that. You actually scammed that Crown Prince Jinla until he was only left with his clothes. You're also impressive. But I'm very curious. What did you say that time? Li Qingxian couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Prince Jinla's awkward expression when he came to visit him. Zhang Feng waved his hand. It's nothing to worry about. Let's not talk about it. What I want to talk about is that this grandson is really rich. Do you know how much I sold those things? I sold them for a total of 15,000 strings of cash. And usually, do you think Lao Tzu is really short of money? Ching Chimo's eyes widened. You're still talking about this? When our fathers went to your place that time, didn't UF** King scam them to death? Scram. That's the money they gave Lao Tzu for his drinks. It's my brother. Zhang Feng was about to explain when Li Qingxian waved his hand and interrupted Ching Chimo. He asked, then, what did you do with the money? Buy food. Buy food? Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that you used all the money earned from the car factory and the brewery to buy food? Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. Why did he buy so much food at this time? But he couldn't help but think of something uncertain. Could this kid be thinking of the same thing as what he told his father last time about stocking up on food? That would be terrifying. How much food did this kid stock up on? Why didn't he take it out before? Zhang Feng touched his nose and looked at them with an incredulous expression. Don't think about it. I only stocked up a little. It's only 20,000 dawn of food. PFFF. Chapter 544. They were dumbfounded. 20,000 dawn? Damn it. What did 20,000 dawn of grain mean? What did it mean? Although the emperor had stockpiled some grain before, it was only tens of thousands of dawn. Although the emperor had misunderstood Zhang Feng's words, more importantly, how could Chang'an, no, Guanyi have any extra grain at that time? If they made a big move, they would definitely attract Guanlong's attention. Therefore, they could only inform the state governments of this matter secretly and let them stockpile grain secretly. But now that the locust plague was over, the shortage of grain finally broke out in Chang'an. Now, the emperor had basically not eaten for 3 days because of this matter. He was so worried that his hair turned white. It was impossible to get grain from outside the Guanyi. After all, this locust plague was national in nature. However, the disaster in the south was much smaller. Although there was grain in the south, it would take at least half a month or a month to harvest and transport the grain from the south. After all, along the way, there were disasters everywhere. No one dared to sell all the grain. This was what worried Li Shimin. And now, one could imagine what these 20,000 dawn of grain meant to Chang'an. It meant that at least 20,000 people could be saved from starvation. 20,000 people. Li Qingxian's eyes were about to turn red. He wished he could grow wings and fly back to the palace to tell his father about this matter. Fengzi, are you sure you have 20,000 dawn of grain? Li Qingxian grabbed Zhang Feng's hand subconsciously. This matter was too important to him. His current position in the court was somewhat awkward. Although he was the crown prince and had always been very serious in his work, he didn't have anything that could make the other officials sit up and take notice of him. This was a very dangerous thing to do. If at this time, Zhang Feng felt that way. Not only did Li Qingxian tightly grab both of his hands, his entire face was trembling with excitement, and his gaze was as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. Zhang Feng's hair stood on end, and his entire body was suddenly covered in goosebumps. If it weren't for his strong restraint, he would have kicked Li Qingxian's third leg until it exploded. Du Go couldn't bear to watch any longer. He nudged Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian did not react. In the end, Zhang Feng could not hold back the disgust in his heart. He kicked Li Qingxian over. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. F***ck. Glass actually appeared in the Tang dynasty? F***ck. F***ck. Damn it. What the hell was this? Zhang Feng secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely keep a certain distance from this grandson in the future. This was too **king annoying. Although Li Qingxian had fallen flat on his face, he still crawled up with an unsightly expression. He didn't even bother to pat the mud off his buttocks. He was about to step forward again when he was stopped by Zhang Feng. Stop, if you have something to say, we can talk. Be good, or else Lao Tzu will ask your father to bring you back. Zhang Feng pointed at Li Qingxian and shouted. Only then did Li Qingxian come back to his senses. Zhang Sun hurriedly went forward to smooth things over for Li Qingxian. That, Fengzi, don't blame him. You also know that these days, after the locust plague, everyone has tightened their belts and is lacking in food. But 20,000 dan of food suddenly appeared in your place. Tell me, who wouldn't be excited to the point of going crazy? So, Fengzi, you can only talk about this in front of your brothers. Don't tell anyone else. This is something that can take people's lives. Outside the door, Gan Ziyuan seemed to have something to report. But at Zhang Feng's door, he saw something that he would never forget in his life. The sons of the High Dukes and the Crown Prince were all standing in front of Zhang Feng, the shopkeeper. And that kid actually kicked the Crown Prince to the ground? F***ck this. F***ck this. Did Lao Tzu see a ghost? Gan Ziyuan couldn't help but lie on the ground as if his whole body was shaking. However, his eyes were still fixed on Li Qingxian. He saw Li Qingxian stand up as if nothing had happened and asked that kid in a tone as if he was asking for advice. Then what did he say? He even asked the emperor to drag the crown prince back. Oh my god. Was Lao Tzu dreaming? He was the crown prince. F***ck this, he couldn't take it anymore. Lao Tzu couldn't see it. He had to treat it as a dream. If the crown prince were to see this, then at the very least, he wouldn't be able to keep this pair of shields. At the very least, not only would he lose his livelihood, but his brothers would also lose their lives here. After all, since ancient times, what hadn't the royal family done to cover up their shame? Right now, Gan Ziyuan's legs were trembling. He was lying on the ground, and his head was buzzing. No, Lao Tzu didn't see anything. He didn't see anything. He didn't hear anything. Lao Tzu didn't come here. Oh right, where is this? What is Lao Tzu doing here? While he was talking nonsense, Gan Ziyuan hurriedly ran away. Along the way, he left behind the smell of urine. Chapter 545. Inside the room. At this time, Li Qingxian had finally recovered. However, the few people in the room did not notice that Gan Ziyuan was outside. Otherwise, how could it be so good? However, at this time, Li Qingxian suppressed the thought of robbing Zhang Feng and said, "Feng Zi, do you know that although the government has stepped in and forcibly suppressed the grain price, it has skyrocketed to 12 copper coins per caddy? There is even a faint trend of price increase. How are you going to deal with the 20,000 don of grain in your hand? Also, how come I don't know what channel you used to buy the grain? Shouldn't you tell me about this channel? After all, you also know that I have a big family and a big business. Get lost." Zhang Feng could tell that this guy was still clinging on to the 20,000 don of grain and wouldn't let go even if he died. This grain was bought by Lao Tzu from that barbarian merchant. That big fool thought that Lao Tzu bought it at a high price. He really thought that Lao Tzu was stupid. Hee, but that old guy is probably looking for me all over the streets of Chang'an city right now. Beard? Li Qingxian was relieved. The grain of the Tang dynasty was basically reported in the treasury. Except for the grain of the big families and the grain of the foreign merchants, basically all the grain of the Tang dynasty was recorded in a book. And this barbarian merchant was one of the most uncontrollable people. Every time these fellows came to the Great Tang, as long as they saw something that could earn them money, they would do their utmost to hoard it. Perhaps it was because the grain was about to be harvested and the price of old grain would inevitably drop, so when the price was about to drop, they met Zhang Feng. It was unknown whether this beard was unlucky or not. Why did he meet Zhang Feng? How good would it be if he met this crown prince? Feng Zi, what are you going to do with the 20,000 don of grain? This was what everyone was looking forward to the most. As for where the grain came from, it was not a problem. The key now was that there was a shortage of grain in the Tang dynasty. If the person in front of them wasn't Zhang Feng, then these fellows would have definitely snatched it. However, they didn't dare to snatch Zhang Feng's things. If Lao Tzu found out about this, they would be in deep trouble. This was also what the few of them were most worried about. Under the trend of high benefits, people could do anything. There was also a saying that went, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. If the 20,000 don of grain were to be known by others, then, things were going to get really interesting. Zhang Feng snapped his fingers. Then he said slowly, "Since I only let you know today, you can rest assured that the 20,000 don of grain will definitely be stored in a place that none of you will ever think of. And this matter, other than the few of you, only that hapless bearded man knows about it. But now, that bearded man will probably never find me." "Are you sure?" "If that kid were to play dirty and expose this matter, Feng Zi, do you know what kind of impact these 20,000 don of grain would have?" Li Qingxian cautiously said. Killing intent had already appeared in the depths of his eyes. This bearded man couldn't be allowed to live. However, Zhang Feng's next sentence made him feel completely at ease. "Yes. Don't worry, don't worry. That bastard doesn't even know Lao Tzu's name, let alone my face." Lao Tzu put on makeup and a fake beard. He even sprinkled cumin powder on himself before making the deal with him. Now, even if Lao Tzu were to stand in front of him, he definitely wouldn't be able to recognize me. What a joke. Wasn't he just speaking in a foreign accent? Just casually saying, "Work hard," would undoubtedly lead the conflict to the Japanese. When the time came, even if the bearded man wanted to find trouble, he would find trouble with the Japanese. "Oh right, the few of you, leave some for me in Chang'an for the next few days. This grain is our chance to make a name for ourselves. Once this batch of rations appears, the reputation of our White Deer Academy will be thoroughly resounded. Therefore, in the next few days, the few of you better hurry up and build the academy. When the number of people increases, you will have plenty of time to work. I reckon that if we don't talk about other things, you won't even be able to sleep if you want to. Also, Li Qingxian, go back and ask your father about the chicken and duck army I saw outside Chang'an city. If he hasn't dealt with it yet, bring it over for me." It will be of great use when the time comes. Oh right, I want those pigs too. It would be best if you could find me a few blacksmiths. Li Qingxian and the others were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with question marks. Grain, chickens, ducks, pigs, and blacksmiths. What was he going to do? They could understand that chickens, ducks, pigs, and grain were all related to eating and drinking. However, blacksmiths were, others didn't know, but Li Qingxian did. No one knew about this profession in other places. But in the palace, it was a unique profession. Every person who wanted to be a eunuch had to undergo the cleansing of their body by a craftsman before they could enter the palace. Suddenly, the few of them couldn't help but touch their crotches and take a step back. Was this bastard thinking of? Chapter 546. How could Zhang Feng not notice their actions? He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, you can find this craftsman. He won't be used on you, so don't worry. Also, this matter must be kept a secret." "Oh right, if you can find an old eunuch, that would be great." Damn it. This was not targeted at them. Right now, there were only a few of them here. And not only did he want to find a craftsman, but he also wanted to find an old eunuch. Not only did he want to beat people, but he also wanted to beat ghosts. "Hey, Fengzi. We're brothers, aren't we? Are you provoked by this imperial edict? Don't take it too hard." "That's right, Fengzi. What's there to take it too hard? Isn't it just an imperial edict? Isn't it just that you didn't find anyone? If that's the case, I'll go back today and tell my father to ask Lord Zhangsun again to see if he can get another imperial edict. What do you think?" At first, Zhang Feng was quite touched by their words. But when he listened to them, why did the meaning change? Zhang Feng couldn't help but wave his hand. "Get lost, your second uncle. Lao Tzu asked Ning to assassinate. Just do it and be done with it. Why are you still chattering here? You'll find out about this craftsman in the future. Also, I have something to tell you. No, Fengzi, you have to make it clear when the time comes." Li Qingxian interrupted Zhang Feng and pressed him down on the recliner. He said, "We know a little about this grain. You want to use the grain as bait to lure those students. I can understand the chicken and duck, but the pig, to put it bluntly, there aren't many people who would eat this pig. Apart from the poor commoners who would eat a little, and the pork that you've processed with special methods to make it edible, the pork on the market, let alone the rich, even those who have a little money would only buy it to feed their cats and dogs. The pork of the Tang dynasty was very pungent. There was also a strong earthy smell, so in terms of meat, mutton occupied the main position. As for pigs, except for those that were born within 3 months, the rest of the pigs were basically bred or used as sows. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, not many people ate pork. But even so, those poor people were still scrambling for it. Why? Poor. They couldn't afford anything else. He could only get a little of this stuff, and then use the big pot that was used to boil bath water to boil a big pot. Then, he added some flour paste, cumin powder, and a big handful of the bitter salt from before the fine salt came out. Only then was it barely edible. Other than that, not many people were interested in this pork. Those with money went to buy mutton, chicken, or duck. Who the f*ck would buy such a thing that smelled so bad? But at this time, what did Zhang Feng want these pigs for? They had heard from Li Shimen that Zhang Feng was going to use a large number of pigs to deal with the locusts, and then sell them. At first, they just thought it was a joke, or maybe he just wanted to buy some small pork. But now? Those pigs were more ferocious than the locusts. Wherever they went, the ground was as if it had been plowed. Not to mention the locusts, even the rotten things in the ground were eaten up. This time, not to mention the little piglets, all the pigs were shiny and smooth. Otherwise, why would Butcher Zhang have the money to send over a whole fat pig? And to entertain the people on the whole street? This little bit of meat, if it weren't for the 10 sheep sent by the Zhang mansion, and the 50 sheep that Zhou Dafu and the others brought along when they came, how could it be enough? But now? Zhang Feng actually wanted to buy something that couldn't be sold and couldn't even be given away? What for? Li Qingxian couldn't help but be confused. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. For this matter, just do as I say. Those pigs will definitely be of great use in 3 months. So don't worry. As for those grains, chickens, and ducks, I naturally have a use for them. Isn't there a famine now? And our 50,000 mu of land is barren. Isn't our college not famous enough? But if I use all of these 20,000 don of grain to give porridge, what do you think the effect will be? Buzz. Li Qingxian and the others' minds couldn't help but explode. 20,000 don of grain. All of it to give porridge? What the hell, Feng Zi had really gone crazy. If he used these 20,000 don of grain for other things, even if he sold them at the original price, it would still be acceptable. But now, he actually wanted to give porridge? But if you want to give porridge, then so be it. This is understandable. You want to spread the name of White Deer College. But what's up with the chickens and ducks? And those pigs? Do you want to keep these things here in captivity? Do you know that outside Chang'an city, those things that even the emperor was worried sick about were almost given away as gifts? No. Now, even if they were given away, no one would dare to accept them. Most importantly, these things were too much of a waste of grain. Who could afford to rear 57,000 chickens, ducks, and thousands of fat pigs? Who could? Chapter 547. Li Qingxian left Shao Mountain in a daze. Then, he rode his horse and galloped back to the palace. The first thing he did after returning to the palace was to jump into the lake in the imperial garden to calm himself down. He carefully recalled what Zhang Feng had said before, then ran to Taiji Palace in a daze. The moment he entered Taiji Palace, Li Qingxian heard Li Shimen's angry roar. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and wait outside the imperial study. After a while, the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Agriculture walked out of the imperial study listlessly. They bowed to Li Qingxian and left in a hurry. Li Qingxian then hurried into the imperial study. Li Shimen was furious. A few days ago, he had heard about the famine. Although they had already prepared for it and it was not to the extent of a major famine, the people could only eat a bowl of porridge that was as thin as water for a meal. It was still okay in the past because there were wild vegetables and weeds. But now? They were all eaten up by the locusts. Even the shoots from the willow trees had been eaten up long ago, not to mention the weeds that had just sprouted from the ground. In the eyes of the people, they were now delicacies. Li Shimen naturally opened the grain storage to provide relief for the people in such a situation. But today, the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Agriculture reported that there were only 40,000 dan of grain left in Chang'an. What should they do? What else could they do? Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but reduce all the grain and food standards in the imperial palace to the lowest. But what could they do? Li Shimen had been eating porridge for 3 days. He was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back and his eyes were seeing stars. But just now, he received another document. It was about the grain from outside the pass. It would take at least half a month for it to arrive. As for why? Although the people from the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Works didn't say, how could Li Shimen not think of the reason? If he was targeting Guanlong, wouldn't Guanlong target them as well? What's more, Jiangnan was the largest source of grain in the Tang dynasty, except for Guangzhou and other places. And it just so happened that this place was the territory of the Guanlong people. Above them were the territories of the Chui clan from Shandong, below them were the territories of the Chui clan from Bowling, the Chui clan from Qinghe, the Lu clan from Fanyang, the Li clan from Zhao County, the Jin clan from Xinjiang, and the Wang clan from Taiyuan. These were the most prosperous places in the Tang dynasty. But if this matter alarmed them, and if the 5 families joined forces with Guanlong, then, that was why Li Shimen was so angry. He did not know how long Li Shimen had been standing there. Li Shimen flicked his sleeve and said, "What are you doing here?" "Father, I have an important matter, speak." Li Shimen waved his hand and asked with a frown. Li Qingxian looked at Xiao Gizi and said, "Today, I found out from Zhang Feng that he has 20,000 dan of grain in his hands." Silence. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Li Shimin was drinking tea, but when he heard the words 20,000 dan of grain, he could not help but be stunned. Not only was Li Shimin stunned, but Xiao Gizi was also stunned. Xiao Gizi, who was in the imperial study, was also stunned. After a while, Li Shimin asked with a hurried breath, "Is what you said true? Brother Zhang Feng really has 20,000 dan of grain in his hands?" "Yes. Everything I said is true. I dare not lie." Bang! The teacup in Li Shimin's hand trembled and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. "Why don't you tell me, why does brother Zhang Feng have so much grain in his hands?" Li Shimin could not help but be excited. Right now, the grain in the pass was about to run out. Although 20,000 dan of grain might not be much to the tens of thousands of people in Chang'an, but at least it could let these tens of thousands of people survive for 10 more days. When the time came and the 70,000 dan of grain in the treasury were added, the grain shortage in Chang'an could be solved in an instant. What was this? This was good news from the heavens. Imperial Father, this. Although it's true that Feng has 20,000 dan of grain, this kid is crazy. Li Shimin was a little confused. He waved his hand and hurriedly walked down from the dragon throne. Xiao Gizi hurriedly brought a stool and placed it in front of Li Qingxian. Li Shimin sat opposite Li Qingxian and asked, "Tell me slowly. What's going on? What's wrong with Feng? Was Zhang Feng crazy?" Li Shimin absolutely did not believe it. If this kid was crazy, then Li Shimin would definitely slaughter him. But this kid cherished his life so much, how could he be so reckless? He, Li Shimin, did not believe it. Li Qingxian then said, "Imperial Father, the situation is like this. The imperial edict has been issued for 3 days, but there is no news at all, so we are thinking about how to recruit people. But Feng said he has a way." Li Shimin furrowed his brows. What does this have to do with the 20,000 dan of grain? If he wants, then I can issue an imperial edict. Can't that do it? Li Qingxian laughed bitterly. Imperial Father, this son said the same thing at that time, but Zhang Feng said he thought of a better way. What way? Feng said he wants to distribute porridge in White Deer College. He wants to use all 20,000 dan of grain to distribute porridge, and he wants to gather them outside Chang'an City. He wants all the chickens, ducks, and pigs that no one knows what to do with. Not only that, he also wants craftsmen.